When we imagine history, it's easy to picture it as something complete, a timeline stretching neatly from one age to the next, full of names, dates, and empires that fit together like pieces of a puzzle. But that image is a comforting illusion. Most of the story is missing. Whole civilizations have vanished without explanation. Scrolls have turned to ash, temples to dust, and entire languages have disappeared before anyone could record them. What we have left are fragments, scattered clues to something much larger that once existed. Across those gaps lies silence, and within that silence, mystery. The rise and fall of cultures we've never heard of. Knowledge lost so completely that even its purpose is unknown. Sometimes we find only a trace, a carved stone buried in soil, a symbol no one can read, a tool that seems far too advanced for its time. And every fragment asks the same question: what else was forgotten? This isn't a timeline, and it isn't a tidy story of progress. It's a journey through the missing chapters, through discoveries that don't fit. Each mystery reminds us that what we know about the past is only the surface of something far deeper. So settle in and let the noise of the present fade. We're about to step into the spaces between history's pages, the quiet places where the truth was lost, and the search for it still continues. The city of once rose from the plains of southern Mesopotamia like an island of order amid endless desert. Today its ruins are quiet, columns of baked clay, the outlines of old walls, and the vast ziggurat that still dominates the horizon. But in the 6th century BCE, this was a living city of scholars, priests, and scribes, its streets lined with workshops where artisans pressed wedge-shaped signs into wet clay. Within its temple district, among storage rooms and shrines, archaeologists uncovered something they had never expected: the carefully labeled remains of what may have been the world's first museum. It was not discovered by chance. In 1927, a British archaeologist named Leonard Woolley was excavating at peeling away centuries of soil that had preserved the last days of Babylonian power. His team expected to find ritual spaces and royal tombs. What they found instead felt oddly familiar to the modern eye. Inside one modest-sized chamber adjoining the temple of Nanna, the moon god who gave its sacred prestige, lay a collection of ancient objects, each one deliberately arranged and accompanied by a small clay tablet. Those tablets were written not for ceremony or inventory but for explanation. They described the items, their origins, and even the rulers who had commissioned them centuries earlier. When Woolley realized what he was seeing, he paused his excavation and simply stared. The objects themselves were already ancient when this room had been sealed. Artifacts dating hundreds, sometimes more than 1,000 years older than the chamber that held them. Someone had gathered relics from the distant past, catalogued them with inscriptions, and placed them for study or reverence. That someone, the records revealed, was a Babylonian princess named Ennigaldi-Nanna, daughter of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylon. It is a curious twist of fate that the world's earliest known museum was curated by a woman whose own civilization stood on the edge of collapse. By the time she assembled her collection around 530 BCE, the empire her father ruled was already crumbling under the pressure of Persian conquest. Yet within those last decades of Babylon's independence, Ennigaldi created something quietly revolutionary, a space where the past could be observed, compared, and preserved, not simply worshipped. The surviving pieces from her museum tell a story as intricate as any written text. There were stone foundation cylinders inscribed by earlier kings, fragments of statuary from long-ruined cities, and boundary markers engraved with cuneiform warnings against moving a land's limits. One artifact came from as far back as the dynasty of Ur-Nammu, nearly 1,500 years before Ennigaldi's birth. Another was traced to Larsa, once a rival city-state. To gather them all required not only knowledge of history, but the ability to identify and transport relics scattered across a landscape of fallen kingdoms. Each item bore its own label written in 3 languages: Sumerian, Akkadian, and Aramaic. That trilingual notation allowed priests, scribes, and visiting scholars from different regions to understand what they were seeing. The tablets described not only what the objects were, but sometimes who had made them and where they had been found. It was a system of contextualization, precisely what defines a museum today. We can picture her walking through that chamber, the daughter of a king, robed in dyed linen, her hands moving gently across the cool surfaces of ancient stone. She had been educated within the temple complex of Ur, where the high priestess traditionally served as intermediary between the moon god and the mortal realm. For centuries, royal daughters had taken on that role, presiding over rituals that maintained cosmic order. Ennigaldi followed that path but extended it in an unexpected direction. To her, the divine past was not only sacred, it was instructive. By studying the creations of earlier ages, she sought patterns, perhaps lessons, in the cyclical rise and fall of cities. Her father, Nabonidus, was known for his fascination with antiquity. He conducted what we might call the first recorded archaeological excavations, digging into the ruins of Akkad and Ur to locate foundation inscriptions left by kings long dead. He dated buildings, restored temples to their original plans, and proudly recorded his discoveries on clay cylinders. In many ways, Ennigaldi inherited both his curiosity and his sense of preservation. Her museum may have been a continuation of his vision, a sanctuary for the material memory of Mesopotamia. Inside that modest room, she arranged history itself. The artifacts were not displayed for spectacle, but for study. Their arrangement suggests an order by provenance or theme rather than by size or material. Perhaps she intended her students, young priestesses under her tutelage, to learn about the lineage of gods and rulers through tangible relics. In an age before printed chronicles, the past was taught through objects and stories, each piece carrying both a physical and spiritual resonance. Imagine the sound of reed pens scratching on clay as scribes copied her catalogue. The air thick with the smell of oil lamps and baked earth. Outside, traders from distant lands crossed the Euphrates with caravans of lapis, copper, and spices, unaware that within the temple walls, one woman was quietly preserving their shared heritage. When archaeologists uncovered the museum, they found that many of its objects had been arranged along the room's perimeter on low platforms. Some lay grouped by city of origin. Others seemed paired to illustrate stylistic changes over centuries. The labels were concise but informative, recording both fact and reverence. One translation reads, "Stone foundation tablet of Shulgi, king of Ur, found within the Temple of Sin." Written in Old Sumerian script, such a note transforms an anonymous relic into a documented artifact, linking it through time to its maker. This was not the accumulation of a collector chasing beauty or wealth. It was a deliberate archive, a bridge between eras. Ennigaldi's museum predates by nearly 2 millennia the famed libraries of Alexandria and Pergamon, yet it operates on the same intellectual principle, that knowledge can and should be preserved, organized, and studied for its own sake. The idea of a museum seems natural today, but in her time it was extraordinary. Ancient temples often kept offerings and votive statues, but those were objects of devotion, not curation. Ennigaldi's approach was systematic, reflective, almost scientific. She treated relics as records, worthy of analysis rather than worship alone. In doing so, she created a physical dialogue between her present and a distant past she refused to let vanish. The environment around her must have felt increasingly uncertain. Babylon's political stability was unraveling. Rival factions challenged her father's rule. Yet within Ur, she cultivated a realm of continuity. While armies gathered beyond the city walls, she arranged stones, tablets, and inscriptions that told of civilizations long gone, perhaps recognizing the same fate approaching her own. The museum may have been an act of preservation against oblivion, an effort to protect cultural identity in the face of looming conquest. Archaeologists have debated whether her collection was open to the public or limited to temple scholars. Some suggest that visiting dignitaries or priests could view the artifacts, guided by Ennigaldi or her students. Others believe it functioned as a sacred archive accessible only to a select few. Either way, its existence implies a society that valued historical awareness, a recognition that the past held meaning beyond myth. Each artifact in her collection bore silent testimony to human continuity. One foundation cylinder commemorated a king's restoration of a temple nearly 15 centuries earlier. Another stone boundary marker warned against violating land granted to a god. Together, they formed a narrative of order, devotion, and political ambition stretching across generations. By preserving them, Ennigaldi asserted that memory itself was worth protecting, even when kingdoms fell. It's tempting to wonder what she felt as she assembled those relics. Did she sense their fragility? Did she realize that the same forces that had erased their makers might soon erase her own world? When Cyrus the Great's Persian armies marched into Babylon around 539 BCE, Nabonidus was deposed and his empire absorbed into a new order. Declined soon afterward, its temples gradually abandoned. Yet the room Ennigaldi curated survived, sealed and forgotten, its contents preserved by chance until modern spades uncovered them 25 centuries later. The discovery offered archaeologists more than artifacts. It revealed an early philosophy of preservation. Those clay labels, simple as they appear, represent the first known attempt to explain antiquities through written description. They transform mere storage into interpretation, turning relics into educational tools. Through them, we glimpse an ancient mind striving to understand history not as legend but as evidence. What makes this realization so powerful is how familiar it feels. The instinct to collect, categorize, and learn from the past is deeply human. We see it today in museums around the world where curators piece together fragments of vanished lives. Ennigaldi's chamber at Ur stands as their earliest ancestor, a reminder that curiosity and reverence for history are not modern inventions, but timeless impulses. Her story also complicates assumptions about gender in ancient Mesopotamia. While royal women often held religious titles, few are recorded as intellectual innovators. Yet Ennigaldi's work required literacy, organizational skill, and historical insight. She combined priestly duties with a scholar's precision, bridging roles that were rarely joined. In the clay tablets she left behind, she steps out from the margins of history as more than a daughter or priestess. She becomes humanity's first known curator. Even the physical space of her museum carries symbolic weight. Located within the precinct of Ur's ziggurat, it occupied ground considered sacred since the city's earliest days. By placing her collection there, she bound the memory of humanity to the dwelling place of the gods, suggesting that the study of history itself was an act of devotion. To preserve the works of past rulers was, in her view, to honor the divine order that had allowed them to exist. Centuries later, when archaeologists brushed the dust from her labeled relics, they were unknowingly continuing her mission. Each translated inscription restored another thread of continuity, reconnecting the modern world to Mesopotamia's forgotten scholars. The irony is striking. A woman who sought to rescue her own past from oblivion ended up rescuing ours as well, reminding us that curiosity is a heritage as valuable as any artifact. If one could stand in that chamber today, as it was then, the effect would be quietly profound. The room small but orderly, the light soft against pale clay walls, artifacts resting in measured rows, each accompanied by a tablet explaining its story. It would not feel like a temple or a treasury, but like a dialogue, a conversation across time between maker, collector, and observer. In that exchange lies the essence of all museums. The belief that understanding the past can illuminate the present. Archaeological fragments from Ennigaldi's collection now reside in the British Museum and other institutions, their labels carefully preserved. They are studied for their linguistic and cultural importance, but their deeper message often escapes casual notice. Each tablet bears the trace of her hand, the mind that sought order amid decay. When visitors read those inscriptions today, they are unknowingly continuing a tradition that began with her careful curation. The Museum of Ennigaldi-Nanna challenges the notion that modernity invented scholarship. Long before classical Greece or imperial Rome, a woman in Ur recognized the power of preserving context. She understood that artifacts alone were not enough. They needed explanation, placement, and purpose. Through her work, she transformed random remnants into a coherent narrative, a story of civilization told through its own ruins. Historians often describe her as a figure at twilight, the last light of ancient Mesopotamian culture before Persian and later Hellenistic rule swept across the region. Yet that twilight produced a spark that has never gone out. From her chamber of labeled stones, a lineage extends through centuries of collectors, librarians, and curators, all striving to make sense of what time leaves behind. When we think of her museum now, it feels almost poetic that it lay buried for so long. Her intention was preservation, and preservation is exactly what time granted her. The walls collapsed but did not crush. The tablets cracked but did not crumble. Her words, pressed into clay while empires rose and fell above them, survived until modern eyes could read them once more. What remains of Ennigaldi's work is small, a handful of artifacts, a few labels, the faint outline of a room. But the idea it represents is vast. It tells us that even in the ancient world, people felt the pull of history, the desire to reach backward and hold on to what might otherwise be lost. It reminds us that civilization's true continuity lies not in monuments or empires, but in the human need to remember. Perhaps that is why her story resonates today. Every museum, archive, or excavation echoes her vision, whether knowingly or not. Each time a curator arranges artifacts under careful lighting, each time a label transforms an object into a story, they reenact what she began over 2.5 millennia ago. Ennigaldi-Nanna never lived to see her legacy. Her city faded, her dynasty fell, and her name was forgotten until Woolley's excavation revived it. Yet the principles she embodied, curiosity, preservation, understanding, outlived her world. They continue to shape ours. If we listen closely, we can almost sense the quiet rhythm of her work, the careful cataloguing, the deliberate arrangement, the awareness that knowledge can slip away as easily as dust through fingers. She could not have known how far her idea would travel or how long it would last. Yet through every museum hallway filled with relics from vanished ages, her vision endures. That to study the past is not merely to look backward, but to keep the light of understanding alive. It began with a faint smell rising from the rock. When archaeologists first stepped into the Areni-1 cave system in southern Armenia, they expected bones, pottery, maybe traces of prehistoric dwellings. But what drifted through the cool air was unmistakable. A rich, fermented sweetness lingered around the damp stone chambers, the scent of grapes long gone. It clung to the earth as though the cave itself remembered what had once happened there. The discovery came in the early 2000s, during a joint Armenian-Irish-American excavation along the Arpa River Valley. The cave mouth opened high above a narrow gorge, its entrance half hidden by rockfall. Local shepherds had long used the area for shelter, unaware that just beyond their fires lay something extraordinary. Evidence that humans were pressing grapes and making wine more than 6,000 years ago. Radiocarbon tests later placed the site between 4100 and 4000 BCE, centuries before the pyramids of Egypt, thousands of years before Homer's Greece. The archaeologists moved slowly through the chambers, brushing away layers of soil that had sealed the past in darkness. What they found was a compact complex, a small winemaking installation, astonishingly complete. There was a shallow clay basin for pressing grapes, a vat carved into the bedrock to collect juice, and ceramic jars large enough to hold several hundred liters of liquid. Nearby lay bunches of shriveled grape seeds, their skins stained reddish-brown, still clinging to twisted stems that had somehow resisted decay. Chemical analysis confirmed tartaric acid, the signature residue of wine. Humanity's oldest known winery had been found. Wine has always been more than a drink. It carries ritual, celebration, and survival in equal measure. At Areni-1, the story of winemaking appears not as luxury but as necessity, a craft woven into daily and spiritual life. Archaeologists also uncovered the remains of a child carefully buried beside the wine vats, wrapped in linen, accompanied by ceramic vessels. It suggested that wine here was not only consumed but offered, part of ceremonies that bound life, death, and harvest into one continuous cycle. The cave's environment preserved everything with almost miraculous precision. cool air, constant humidity, and mineral-rich dust acted as natural guardians. Even the footprints of workers remained faintly visible on the hardened clay floor. When the team poured water across one corner, the imprint of a heel appeared, a moment of labor frozen across millennia. That footprint belonged to someone who once crushed grapes barefoot under torchlight, unaware that their work would outlast their civilization. Outside the cave, the landscape tells its own part of the story. The Viot region, where Areni lies, is a mosaic of cliffs, orchards, and vineyards. The same wild grape species still grow nearby, Vitis vinifera subspecies sylvestris, the genetic ancestor of nearly every cultivated grape on Earth. To the people of the late Chalcolithic, these vines were a gift both practical and sacred. Fermenting grapes transformed fragile fruit into a drink that could survive months, even seasons. It turned the unpredictability of harvest into something enduring, portable, and potent. For early societies, that transformation must have seemed almost divine. Grapes left alone to rot could suddenly produce a liquid that warmed, soothed, and altered the mind. No wonder that across later civilizations, from the Hittites to the Greeks, wine became a bridge between the earthly and the spiritual. The Areni-1 cave reveals where that bridge may have first been built. Archaeologists mapping the site found the installation surprisingly sophisticated. A shallow trough sloped downward to a deep clay vat, perfectly angled to collect juice as grapes were pressed. The vat's interior still bore microscopic traces of malvidin, the pigment that gives red wine its color. Fragments of dried vine, reed, and even leather cords suggested tools for tying grape clusters or sealing jars. Nothing here was accidental. This was not an improvised experiment. It was a practiced industry. Nearby storage jars showed faint impressions of woven mats once used to cover their mouths, likely to control exposure to air during fermentation. In several jars, grape seeds mixed with residues of wild herbs hinted at flavoring or ritual additives. One vessel even contained the remains of a beeswax coating, perhaps an early attempt at preserving wine for transport. Every detail whispered a simple truth. These people knew exactly what they were doing. To appreciate how remarkable that is, imagine the context. Around 4100 BCE, metallurgy was just beginning to emerge. Writing had not yet appeared in Mesopotamia. Most communities were still bound to seasonal cycles of planting and herding. Yet here, in a cave in the Armenian highlands, humans had already mastered chemical transformation. They understood fermentation, storage, and temperature control. They were not merely surviving, they were refining. The cave's use was not limited to winemaking. Archaeologists found grinding stones, hearths, and storage pits containing barley, wheat, and apricot seeds. Evidence of continuous human activity suggested that the site may have functioned as both production center and ceremonial chamber. The burial of the child, placed so close to the winemaking area, strengthens that idea. Perhaps the cave was considered a threshold between worlds, a place where the fruits of the earth were turned into offerings for the gods or the departed. Some of the ceramic vessels bore faint incisions, not full writing but symbolic marks, possibly identifying contents or ownership. These could represent an early stage of record-keeping, a way to mark harvests or quantities centuries before writing systems formalized elsewhere. If true, the Areni-1 Winery may also mark the beginnings of economic organization tied to agriculture and trade. From the perspective of anthropology, the discovery rewrites the narrative of civilization's roots. For decades, scholars associated winemaking with large urban centers like those of Mesopotamia or the Nile. Yet the people of Areni proved that complexity existed even in small mountain communities. Their knowledge traveled. Through valleys and trade routes stretching across the Caucasus, they likely shared techniques that would later appear across the ancient world. One of the most haunting finds came from the deeper recesses of the cave. Fragments of woven textiles stained reddish-brown. Microscopic analysis confirmed the pigment came from crushed grapes. These were likely cloths used to strain pulp from juice, a primitive filter. The threads, still twisted and intact, offer the oldest known evidence of winemaking tools. In those strands, one can almost sense the rhythm of the work, hands twisting, pressing, lifting, the low murmur of conversation, the trickle of juice into waiting jars. Every layer of the site seemed to preserve a detail of human presence. Scattered bones from sacrificed animals, goats, sheep, and even small birds, suggest ritual feasts tied to the harvest. Clay figurines depicting stylized human forms hinted at ceremonies conducted by torchlight, perhaps invoking protection over the vines or giving thanks for abundance. The mixture of domestic and sacred artifacts paints a picture of a people who saw no divide between daily labor and ritual practice. Chemical testing conducted by researchers from UCLA and the Armenian Academy of Sciences confirmed the residue's authenticity. The specific ratio of tartaric and malic acids matched those found in modern red wine. This discovery eliminated any doubt that the vats were used for grape fermentation rather than juice or dye. The Areni-1 Winery thus predates the next oldest confirmed winemaking site, found in northern Iran, by several centuries. For the modern world, obsessed with dates and firsts, such a discovery feels monumental, but within the cave, the atmosphere remains humble. The chambers are small, the installation compact. It suggests that early winemaking was not yet a mass enterprise, but an intimate process, perhaps seasonal, carried out by families or small groups under the guidance of community elders. Outside, the landscape of Armenia still carries that same rhythm. The village of Areni remains famous for its vineyards, producing wines with a flavor shaped by volcanic soil and mountain air. Many locals like to say that their vines are descendants of the same wild grapes pressed by their ancestors inside the cave. Whether or not that lineage can be scientifically proven, the continuity feels undeniable. The valley has never stopped fermenting its past into something living. Visitors who descend into the Areni-1 cave today find it dimly lit, its stone walls cool and damp. The reconstructed vats and jars sit where they were found, marked by gentle spotlights. Tour guides describe the discoveries softly, their voices echoing faintly through the narrow corridors. It's easy to picture the ancient vintners working here, bare feet pressing fruit, the air heavy with sweetness, the drip of juice filling the stillness. Time folds on itself until the present and the distant past seem to share the same breath. Archaeologists studying the site have also uncovered evidence of long-distance trade. Obsidian tools found within the cave match stone sources over 100 kilometers away, suggesting exchange networks across the Caucasus. Wine, even then, may have been a commodity worth transporting, an object of both economy and prestige. This raises intriguing possibilities. That the world's first wine might also mark the world's first export product born of fermentation. Beyond material analysis, the site carries emotional weight. Wine is deeply symbolic of transformation, fruit becoming spirit, decay becoming vitality. The fact that one of humanity's earliest experiments with fermentation took place inside a cave feels almost poetic. Caves represent shelter, womb, and tomb all at once. They are where early humans painted their first art, buried their dead, and sought contact with the divine. To ferment grapes within such a space turns the act of creation into a sacred dialogue with nature itself. The scientists who excavated Areni-1 often speak of the moment they realized what they had found. One recalls holding a clay shard still stained with residue and thinking of the generations that had vanished between its use and its rediscovery. Another describes how the scent of damp grape skins seemed to linger even after samples were removed, as though the cave refused to forget. Archaeology can be analytical, but here it became sensory, smell, touch, temperature, all merging into a tangible connection across 6 millennia. Among the most delicate discoveries was a cluster of grape seeds so perfectly preserved that geneticists were able to sequence their DNA. The results confirmed that the species was a direct ancestor of modern wine grapes still cultivated throughout the region. It means that the lineage of what people drink today may trace directly back to the same vines pressed inside that cave. The next glass of Armenian red, in a sense, carries an unbroken chain from prehistory to the present. The Areni-1 Winery also reframes how we understand ancient community life. Producing wine required cooperation, harvesting, crushing, storing, and distributing. It demanded timing and knowledge of temperature, fermentation rates, and storage conditions. These tasks imply structured communication and shared responsibility. In short, wine demanded society. It encouraged people to gather, plan, and celebrate together, perhaps shaping the very foundation of organized culture. As research continues, new questions emerge. Was the cave used continuously over generations, or only for special events? Did its people view wine as sacred offering or as daily nourishment? The absence of large-scale habitation nearby suggests that Areni-1 was not a village, but a specialized site. Its position near the Arpa River may have made it an ideal crossroads for trade caravans traveling between Mesopotamia and the Caucasus. Wine from Areni could have reached distant communities, carrying with it both flavor and story. One artifact that particularly fascinated scholars was a small drinking bowl carved from animal horn, its rim polished smooth by countless hands. It lay beside one of the vats, perhaps left as an offering or simply forgotten after a celebration. Holding it today, one can feel the slight curve of the horn fitting naturally into a palm. It turns an ancient feast into something immediate, a reminder that pleasure, craft, and ceremony have always been intertwined. The human story of Areni-1 does not end with fermentation. Nearby, within the same cave system, archaeologists later uncovered the world's oldest known leather shoe, remarkably intact, stuffed with grass for insulation. It belonged to someone who might have walked those same paths, pressed grapes in those same basins, and perhaps drank from those early wines. The shoe and the winery together reveal a world not primitive but inventive, a people refining comfort and culture simultaneously. As researchers packed their equipment at the end of each season, they often left a small bottle of modern wine at the entrance, a gesture of respect to those ancient vintners. Over time, this became an informal ritual among excavation teams, a quiet acknowledgement that science had uncovered not just artifacts, but ancestors of a shared tradition. Today, the site remains under protective conservation. Temperature and humidity sensors ensure the preservation of what remains. Yet its true legacy lies beyond glass cases or measured reports. It lives in the continuity of the act itself, crushing fruit, waiting for time to work, tasting the result, and sharing it. Every sip of wine, anywhere, carries a trace of that first cave, of those first hands. When evening settles over the Arpa Valley, the cave mouth glows faintly with reflected light from the river. The air smells faintly of soil and vine, just as it must have thousands of years ago. Visitors often stand quietly before leaving, not from reverence, but from recognition. What happened here is not remote history. It's part of what made us human, the urge to turn nature's fleeting gifts into something lasting, meaningful, and communal. The Areni-1 Winery reminds us that civilization did not begin only with cities or kings, but with the patient work of transformation, taking what grows wild and teaching it to endure. That lesson lingers, mellow and persistent, like the aftertaste of a good vintage. When the archaeologists first uncovered her bones, they expected another burial from the familiar Neolithic layers of Sulawesi's limestone caves. But what emerged from the compacted earth of Layang Paningga, the Bat Cave, was something entirely different. The skeleton was small, delicate, her skull gently tilted to one side, as if she had fallen asleep thousands of years ago. Around her lay faint traces of ochre, a stone flake near the ribs, and a few river shells arranged with quiet care. The soil surrounding her body had kept its secrets for 7 millennia, until the daylight fell again upon the bones of the woman the researchers would name Besséʼ. Her name came from a Bugis word meaning noble or beloved. It was a gesture of respect, not ownership, chosen by the local team members who worked alongside visiting scientists. In life, she had walked the forests of Sulawesi long before writing, kingdoms, or metal. When she died, around 7,200 years ago, agriculture was still new to most of humanity. Yet Bessé's story would reach farther than anyone could have imagined. Her DNA, drawn carefully from the dense petrous bone of her skull, would open a genetic window into a vanished people known only from fragments, the Toaleans. Before her discovery, the Toaleans were more rumor than fact. Archaeologists knew of their tools, beautifully worked microliths, arrow points with fine denticulation known as maros points, but not their faces, their languages, or their fate. Caves along Sulawesi's southern peninsula had yielded these artifacts since the early 20th century, yet the makers remained nameless. Were they descendants of the island's earliest inhabitants, or later arrivals from distant shores? The tropical climate had long destroyed any trace of genetic evidence. Besséʼ changed that in a single excavation season. Layang Paninga lies within a karst landscape, shaped by time and water. The cave's entrance opens like a crescent mouth above a forest valley. For years it had been known for rock art, painted hand stencils and animal outlines dating back tens of thousands of years, but few suspected what lay underfoot. In 2015, an Indonesian-Australian team began a careful excavation aimed at understanding post-Ice Age occupation layers. Their trench descended through centuries of habitation, hearth charcoal, animal bones, stone flakes. Then, a faint curve of bone appeared, a skull. The burial was shallow but intact. The skeleton rested on its left side, knees drawn slightly, head cushioned by sediment. She was small, about 4 feet 11 inches tall, and young, probably in her late teens or early 20s. Around her, the soil contained charcoal flecks, suggesting the glow of nearby hearths at the time of burial. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials sealed above her grave placed the event roughly 7 millennia before present. The tools found nearby were unmistakably Toalean, microlithic points with symmetrical serrations crafted from chert and bone. When the geneticists extracted powder from her inner ear bone and began sequencing, they expected little. Heat and humidity usually erase ancient DNA within centuries, not millennia. But against all odds, the fragments aligned. What emerged was the first ancient genome ever recovered from the islands between mainland Asia and Australia, a region scientists call Wallacea. The data revealed a genetic lineage unlike any seen before. Bessé's ancestry was a mosaic. Half of her DNA traced back to the early hunter-gatherers who left Africa around 50,000 years ago and spread through Southeast Asia before reaching Australia and New Guinea. The rest came from a population entirely unknown, one that branched off even earlier and survived only in fragments among Papuan and indigenous Australian genomes. Hidden within that code was a faint but unmistakable echo of Denisovan ancestry, the mysterious cousins of Neanderthals who once inhabited parts of Asia. She was, in a sense, the meeting point of 3 worlds: modern human, archaic Denisovan, and a lineage that had endured in isolation on the islands between. This genetic mixture told scientists that Sulawesi was not a remote cul-de-sac of prehistory, but a crossroads. Long before written history, the island had been a bridge connecting continents and cultures. Each wave of migration left traces, blending and reshaping the human story. Besséʼ embodied that complexity, a reminder that the neat categories of modern humans and ancient species were far messier than once thought. Her people, the Toaleans, appear to have lived as forest foragers and hunters between 8,000 and 3,000 years ago, occupying the limestone shelters that dot southern Sulawesi. Their distinctive stone tools have been found across a region stretching more than 100 kilometers. They hunted small game, gathered forest plants, and may have used nets or traps in the island's rich valleys. Unlike their neighbors on the mainland who transitioned to farming, the Toaleans seem to have retained an older rhythm of life, sustained by the island's abundant resources. The cave where Besséʼ was found offers a vivid glimpse of that world. The air is cool, even on the hottest days. Stalactites hang like frozen streams from the ceiling. In places, the floor ripples with ancient flowstone, hardened mineral deposits formed by dripping water over thousands of years. Archaeologists worked by lamplight, marking every inch with brushes and dental picks. When they lifted each bone, they recorded its angle and position. Her skeleton was remarkably complete, hands folded near the chest, ribs curved inward, spine gently arched. The burial posture suggested ritual care rather than accidental death. Ochre traces near the skull hint at pigment applied to the body, a practice found across ancient Australasia and Southeast Asia. The Toaleans may have believed the color carried spiritual significance, a symbol of life, renewal, or the warmth of blood. Nearby artifacts included bone points and shell ornaments that could have adorned clothing or hair. Together, they speak of a community with aesthetic and symbolic depth. To study her genome, the scientists built a sterile lab in Jakarta to prevent contamination. From less than a gram of bone powder, they extracted fragments that had lain dormant for over 7 millennia. Each fragment was sequenced and aligned against reference genomes, producing a dataset of surprising clarity. What astonished the team most was how distinct her DNA was from that of later Austronesian peoples who arrived around 4,000 years ago from Taiwan and the Philippines. Besséʼ belonged to a population that vanished before that migration, a people who had no direct modern descendants. This finding reshaped theories about human settlement in island Southeast Asia. The Toalayans represented a last remnant of those who once connected Asia and Oceania, perhaps descendants of the first humans to cross the ancient Sunda and Sahul landmasses before rising seas cut them off. Their survival in Sulawesi's forests, long after similar groups disappeared elsewhere, makes the island a kind of time capsule. Yet Bessé's story isn't only genetic. Her bones carry subtler clues about daily life. The wear on her teeth shows a mixed diet of meat, tubers, and fruit. Microscopic analysis revealed traces of grit, tiny mineral particles from stone tools used to process food. Her bones show the muscle attachments of someone accustomed to constant movement, climbing, walking uneven terrain, perhaps carrying heavy loads. There were no marks of violence or disease visible. Her death remains a mystery. When the excavation concluded, the team reburied part of the site to protect it from erosion and left a small plaque noting its coordinates. They carried Bessé's remains to the conservation lab in Makassar, where humidity control and infrared scanning preserved her delicate structure. Every few months, local school groups visit the site, learning that their island once sheltered a lineage unlike any other. In that way, her rediscovery bridges the scientific and the cultural, reconnecting modern Sulawesi to its deep human past. The implications reach far beyond Indonesia. Besséʼ fills a blank space between continents. Before her genome, scientists struggled to understand how early humans spread across Wallacea, the chain of islands separating Asia from Australia. Her DNA proved that people were not only passing through these islands, but thriving on them for thousands of years. It also provided direct evidence of interbreeding with Denisovans far to the east. Every strand of her genome became a roadmap of ancient journeys, how genes crossed waters, adapted to climates, and carried memory across time. For geneticists, the most haunting revelation came from what her DNA lacked. She showed no trace of the Austronesian ancestry that dominates modern Indonesia, the Philippines, and Polynesia. That absence means her people disappeared, absorbed or replaced as new migrations arrived. Her genome is thus both discovery and elegy, a record of an entire culture that lived, evolved, and vanished without leaving written words. Archaeologists now debate what happened to the Toalayans. Some believe they merged with early Austronesian farmers, their identities fading into new societies. Others think disease or ecological change forced their decline. Whatever the cause, Besséʼ remains the sole known genetic representative of her people. To hold her genome sequence is to hear the last voice of a population that had once been widespread across the island. Her discovery also sheds light on something less tangible, the resilience of life in tropical environments. The survival of her DNA under such conditions is rare almost to the point of impossibility. The cave's unique microclimate, cool, dry, and sealed, created a natural vault. For millennia, mineral crusts layered over her bones like protective glass. That preservation allowed modern technology to retrieve her genetic story when so many others were lost to heat and time. The study, published in 2021, sparked renewed global interest in Sulawesi's prehistory. Journalists called her the ancient girl who rewrote Asian ancestry. But within Indonesia, she became something more intimate, a link between myth and science. Local elders spoke of ancestral spirits who dwell within the caves, guarding the memories of the island. When they heard of Besséʼ, some said she had simply waited until we were ready to listen. In a way, the sentiment fits. Her discovery required both modern sequencing machines and respect for local knowledge that guided researchers to the right cave. Her face, digitally reconstructed from cranial scans, is neither Asian nor oceanic by modern classification. Her cheekbones are broad, her eyes slightly deep-set, her jaw narrow. The resulting visage looks both familiar and foreign, an ancestor without a nation. When her image was unveiled, many viewers remarked that she seemed to be gazing past the camera, as if remembering a landscape that no longer exists. Scientists continue to study her bones, searching for microscopic residues of pollen or isotopic traces that might reveal the climate she knew. Evidence suggests that around her lifetime, Sulawesi's environment was transitioning from Ice Age savanna to tropical forest. Rivers widened, rain patterns shifted, and animal populations changed. The Toaleans adapted by crafting smaller, more precise tools suited to forest hunting, a technological pivot that mirrors similar shifts worldwide. Liang Paninge itself holds deeper layers still unexplored. Ground-penetrating radar shows voids below the burial, possibly older habitation floors. Future digs may reveal whether Besséʼ was part of a family group or an isolated interment. Every fragment promises to add another thread to her story, a narrative stretching back to the first people who dared cross the sea channels separating Asia from Oceania. When night falls over Sulawesi's karst hills, the caves glow faintly from the light of small fires lit by local caretakers. They keep watch to deter vandalism, but they also speak quietly among themselves about what those caves contain: the bones of the first islanders, the roots of humanity's island chapter. To them, Besséʼ is no artifact. She is kin, someone who once walked the same ridges, drank from the same rivers, and looked upon the same moon that still rises over Makassar Bay. Her discovery reminds us that ancient history is not distant, but layered beneath our own steps. Every island, every valley holds versions of us we have forgotten. The difference between myth and evidence is often only the patience to dig carefully enough. In the humid dark of Liang Paninge, a young woman lay untouched while civilizations rose and fell beyond her cave. Then, one day, people came back with gloves, cameras, and lights, not to disturb her rest, but to listen. The scientists packed her remains with reverence, wrapping each bone in protective cloth before transport. As they sealed the container, one archaeologist paused, pressing a hand briefly against it, a quiet acknowledgement across 7,000 years. Later, when the DNA results arrived, the team gathered again to read the sequences scrolling across a monitor. For a moment, the numbers and letters on the screen seemed alive, pulsing with an ancient rhythm. It was not just data, it was her. Besséʼ of Sulawesi does not belong to any empire or nation. She stands outside the usual map of history, bridging peoples who have long vanished and those who came after. In her story, science and ancestry meet halfway, proving that even in the humid heart of the tropics, where time devours everything, traces of identity can survive. And somewhere, within the stillness of her cave, the earth keeps what it must, waiting for the next voice to be heard. The Valley of the Kings is a place where the earth itself seems to hold its breath. Hidden between cliffs of sun-bleached limestone west of Luxor, it was once the final refuge of Egypt's most powerful rulers. For centuries, the pharaohs were buried here, far from the chaos of the cities, their tombs carved deep into the rock. Dozens have been found, some intact, many plundered, but the valley still keeps secrets. Each new trench cut into the gravel has the chance to rewrite what we think we know about Egypt's dead. One of those moments came in the early 2000s, when workers clearing debris stumbled upon something strange, a depression in the ground that did not match the surrounding geology. It would later be called KV65. The site lay near the central wadi, not far from the great tombs of Thutmose III and Amenhotep II. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. A shallow pit cut into the limestone, filled with rubble and sand. But as the team from the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities began clearing the surface, the pattern of chisel marks emerged. The sides of the pit were smooth, deliberate, the floor level as if prepared for construction. What they had uncovered was not a natural cavity, but an unfinished or repurposed structure, a tomb that had never fully become one. Within days, fragments began to appear. A piece of pottery with faint hieratic script, a wooden rod capped with copper. Then, a small bundle of linen, hardened by centuries of desert heat. When conservators carefully unwrapped it, they found traces of resin and a faint smell of bitumen. It was an embalming package, the kind used in workshops that prepared royal mummies. The realization changed everything. KV65 might not be a tomb in the traditional sense. It could be an embalming cache, a place where the materials used in the transformation of the dead were stored or buried once their purpose had been fulfilled. The valley has revealed such caches before. K554, discovered in the early 20th century, contained the leftover linens, oils, and animal remains from Tutankhamun's burial. But KV65 was different in scale and content. The embalming tools found here were unusually refined. Bronze scrapers, delicate spoons, and ceramic vessels still marked with traces of natron. Some bore inscriptions naming purification oils used only for the highest ranks. The presence of large food jars filled with remnants of meat, bread, and fruit suggested that offerings had been made on site. Even the bones of cattle and birds, found scattered across the floor, carried cut marks consistent with ritual slaughter. Whoever was meant to rest here, they were of immense importance. Yet no sarcophagus, no wall paintings, and no human remains were found. Only the ritual debris remained, as though the process had begun and then been abandoned. Archaeologists began to wonder if K565 might have been part of a burial that was redirected elsewhere, perhaps halted by political turmoil, a sudden death, or the rise of a new dynasty that chose a different resting place. To understand its significance, one must picture the Valley of the Kings at its height around 1300 BCE. Tents of workers dotted the ravine, their tools ringing against the stone as they carved deep tunnels for the royal dead. The Theban hills were alive with activity, quarrying, painting, measuring, sealing. Each tomb was not merely a grave but a blueprint for eternity, an architectural spell meant to secure rebirth. Within this landscape, KV65 seems almost like a footnote, a half-formed sentence in the language of immortality. When the first reports of its discovery surfaced, excitement spread quickly. Could this be the missing tomb of a yet unfound pharaoh, or a side chamber connected to one of the known royal burials nearby? The pit's orientation matched the ancient layout patterns used during the 18th dynasty, the era of Amenhotep III and Tutankhamun. Early speculation linked it to a possible storage annex for Amenhotep's mortuary goods, or perhaps a secondary embalming area connected to the priests of Amun. Further excavation deepened the mystery. The floor of the pit led to a small descending corridor, partially collapsed, filled with limestone chips. At the bottom, workers found a deposit of broken jars mixed with ash and charcoal. The residue tested positive for resins imported from the Levant, expensive materials used only in royal mummification. Among them was a wooden label bearing faded hieratic signs. The writing was fragmentary, but legible enough to read one name: Neb Mart-Re. That was the throne name of Amenhotep III. This single artifact did not prove ownership, but it placed the deposit within the orbit of one of Egypt's greatest builders and most lavish rulers. It suggested that KV65 might have been part of the logistics of his funeral, a preparation site perhaps, where priests readied offerings before transporting them to his main tomb. If so, the valley still held more than personal tombs. It contained the backstage of eternity, the infrastructure that made royal rebirth possible. Archaeologists studying the debris soon realized that the site told a layered story. Some objects clearly dated to Amenhotep's reign in the 14th century BCE, but others came from later periods. Bits of pottery and shroud fragments bore inscriptions consistent with the Third Intermediate Period, nearly 500 years later. It appeared that K565 had been reopened, reused, and possibly repurposed by later priests who managed the royal necropolis when Egypt's power waned. This pattern of reuse was common in Thebes, where sacred ground never lost its sanctity. The bones found inside offered their own clues. Among the remains were those of cattle, ducks, and gazelles, all animals known from ancient Egyptian offering rituals. Many had been butchered in specific ways, forelegs removed intact, skulls carefully separated, and joints still attached. This mirrored scenes from tomb reliefs showing priests presenting cuts of meat to the gods or to the deceased king. The combination of food remains, ceramic jars, and embalming tools painted a vivid picture of the practical and spiritual machinery behind mummification. For modern researchers, KV65 became a rare snapshot of process rather than result. Most royal tombs show the finished product, painted corridors, sealed coffins, and offerings arranged with precision. KV65 showed what happened before all that. The labor, the mess, the scent of resin and incense thick in the air as embalmers worked under the desert sun. The excavation team recorded each find with meticulous care. The tools were mapped, photographed, and compared to similar sets from other tombs. Some items had been deliberately broken before deposition, a ritual act meant to release their spiritual energy after use. This mirrored the killing of objects found in other sacred caches, where tools were symbolically destroyed so they could serve the deceased in the afterlife. In one corner of the pit, archaeologists uncovered a cluster of amphorae, each sealed with clay stoppers impressed by cord patterns. Inside, they found residues of dried herbs, juniper, cassia, and cedarwood. These were the same ingredients listed in ancient texts describing the 7 sacred oils of embalming. Their presence confirmed that KV65 had indeed been used for the preparation of a high-status burial. The quality and rarity of the ingredients suggested royal association, though no definitive name has yet been tied to the pit. Work at the site was paused several times due to the intense summer heat and the need to stabilize the fragile remains. When operations resumed in later seasons, ground-penetrating radar revealed additional voids beneath the floor, small chambers that might extend deeper into the bedrock. One narrow tunnel, only partially explored, appeared to lead toward the main wadi. Whether it connects to an undiscovered tomb remains uncertain. Egyptian archaeologists have chosen to leave parts unexcavated until conservation methods can guarantee the preservation of what lies below. The discovery of KV65 revived interest in how Egypt's embalmers operated. Ancient records mention the place of purification and the House of Gold, 2 facilities used to prepare royal bodies before burial. These were thought to be temporary structures in the valley, dismantled after each funeral. KV65 might represent one of these ephemeral spaces, an installation caught between use and abandonment, preserved by accident. What makes the site particularly valuable is its untouched context. While grave robbers targeted treasures, they rarely bothered with the residue of embalming. The absence of gold allowed KV65 to survive as an archaeological time capsule. From its jars and tools, researchers have reconstructed the sequence of mummification with unprecedented detail. How natron was applied, how oils were heated, and how linen wrappings were layered. Even the presence of certain insects in the soil, beetle species known to feed on decaying matter, offered environmental data about the season of the burial. For Egyptologists, each item from KV65 speaks across 33 centuries. The copper scrapers still carry the faint polish of repeated use. The linen bandages, though brittle, retain traces of palm fiber cords once used to secure them. A single ostrich feather, preserved by desiccation, may have fallen from the headdress of a priest performing the ritual of purification. These fragments transform an abstract concept, mummification, into something tactile and human. Not all mysteries of KV65 can be solved. The lack of inscriptions or human remains leaves the intended occupant unknown. Some scholars suggest it could have been a secondary cache for the reburial of royal materials during the chaotic period following the collapse of the 20th dynasty, when tombs were looted and priests moved mummies for safekeeping. Others believe it was an aborted royal project, perhaps commissioned for a prince who died before completion. The truth may lie somewhere between. Even the number assigned, KV65, hints at its liminal status. In the Valley of the Kings numbering system, tombs are labeled sequentially as they are discovered, regardless of function. KV65 joins the roll of royal tombs, but may never have housed a body. Instead, it stands as evidence of the invisible labor that made those burials possible. Today, the pit has been stabilized with retaining walls to prevent collapse. Visitors to the valley pass only meters away without realizing that under the gravel lies one of its most intriguing enigmas. The tools and vessels recovered are displayed at the Luxor Museum, arranged much as they were found. Simple objects of clay and bronze that once served a sacred purpose. Nearby, a reconstructed section of the floor shows the outlines of animal bones exactly as they lay, a quiet record of ritual meals offered to the dead. In the stillness of the museum halls, those artifacts convey something that hieroglyphs never could: the texture of human activity. The faint scratches on a bronze blade tell of a craftsman's hand. The uneven firing of a jar speaks of haste, perhaps in the days leading up to a royal funeral. Each piece is ordinary, yet together they reconstruct a moment when mortality and divinity intersected under the blazing sun of Western Thebes. For modern Egypt, the discovery of Khipu 65 also carried national significance. It was led not by foreign missions, but by Egyptian archaeologists continuing the legacy of their predecessors. Their careful methods, their respect for context, and their decision to conserve rather than rush gave the site new meaning. In that sense, Khipu 65 represents a bridge between ancient artisans preparing for the afterlife and modern scholars preserving the traces they left behind. The valley still holds many voids mapped but unexplored, each potentially another chapter waiting to be read. Khipu 65 reminds researchers that even a pit filled with broken jars can hold revelations equal to the discovery of gold. It teaches that history's richest layers often lie not in grandeur, but in residue, the leftover dust of rituals that once defined civilization. At sunset, when the limestone cliffs blush orange and the calls of birds fade across the wadi, the entrance to Khipu 65 looks like nothing more than a shallow depression in the earth. Yet beneath that unassuming surface lies the evidence of devotion and labor that once served a king. The jars are empty now, the bones long dried, but their arrangement tells a story of preparation, a pause before eternity. The Valley of the Kings was built to ensure that death was not the end. Khipu 65, incomplete and enigmatic, reveals the process behind that promise. It captures the human side of immortality, the tools, the meals, the gestures that turned a mortal body into a vessel for divinity. In that way, its absence of a mummy becomes its meaning. Every discovery in Egypt begins with curiosity, a question cut into stone. Some answers come in hieroglyphs, others in the quiet geometry of a pit. Khipu 65 may never reveal the name of its intended occupant, but it speaks through what remains, the fingerprints of the living, preparing the dead for a journey they themselves would one day take. Somewhere beyond the cliffs, more tombs still wait, sealed by time and sand. Whether they belong to kings or workers, priests or unknown artisans, each carries a fragment of the same story, humanity's attempt to negotiate with eternity. Khipu 65 is one of those fragments, a pause, a preparation, an unfinished act that continues to remind us how the ancient Egyptians faced death with purpose, precision, and the unshakable belief that nothing truly ends. The river in Goa does something unusual near the village of Usgalimal. It slows, broadens, and brushes against an expanse of exposed laterite rock that gleams rusty red under the tropical sun. For most of the year, the water runs shallow enough to wade through. Locals crossing the river for generations noticed strange grooves beneath their feet, lines that twisted, intersected, and looped into patterns. At first glance, they looked like natural erosion, the work of water and time. Then, as light shifted, the shapes revealed themselves. Bulls with curved horns, human figures mid-stride, and geometric labyrinths that could never have formed by accident. Those carvings, scattered across the open rock like a prehistoric gallery, are among the oldest known petroglyphs in India. They belong to a time before writing, before temples or kingdoms, an age when people marked the earth itself as a canvas for their beliefs. The engravings at Usgalimal date roughly to the Neolithic, somewhere between 10,000 and 7,000 years ago. Their creators left no villages, no graves, no written record. Only these engravings remain, cut directly into the living stone of the riverbed. When archaeologists first documented the site in the 1990s, it was by accident. A team from the Archaeological Survey of India had been studying laterite quarries nearby when they heard rumors from villagers about paintings under the river. Following their guide, they reached the dry season shallows and found an expanse of carved stone stretching for more than 500 square meters. What they saw defied simple classification. The images were neither random nor uniform. Some figures were deeply incised, others barely scratched, as if layered over generations. Bulls appeared beside human shapes, a few with exaggerated limbs or headdresses, while intricate spirals and labyrinths sprawled among them like abstract constellations. The laterite itself, a porous, iron-rich rock, was both durable and fragile. Once exposed to the air, it hardened, preserving the carvings like fossils. But water erosion constantly threatened to erase them. Each monsoon, the river swelled and flowed across the site, washing over the ancient designs. Paradoxically, that same rhythm may have protected the engravings for millennia, burying them under silt during the wet season and revealing them again when the river receded. Standing on the site today, one senses the dual presence of time and motion. The figures are not arranged in neat rows but scattered in what feels like deliberate disarray, as if meant to be read from multiple directions. The bulls are the most prominent, broad-bodied, muscular, with horns that curve upward in symmetrical arcs. Some appear to be charging, others tethered or grazing. Their size varies from a few inches to nearly a meter. Between them dance human silhouettes, stylized with long legs and triangular torsos. A few raise their arms as if in ritual or greeting. Others seem to hold tools or weapons, though the details blur after so many centuries. One of the most striking motifs is the labyrinth, a continuous line that coils inward and outward without intersecting itself. It resembles later patterns found across ancient Europe, from Crete to Scandinavia, though no direct connection can be proven. At Usgalimal, these labyrinths often appear near the human figures, suggesting a symbolic or ceremonial purpose. Some archaeologists propose they may have represented paths of migration, cycles of life, or even celestial movements observed in the night sky. Others see them as meditative or ritual spaces, designs meant to be traced by hand or foot during communal ceremonies. The mystery lies not only in what the carvings depict, but in how they were made. The tools required to incise laterite would have been hard stone, possibly quartzite or basalt, hammered patiently into the surface over countless hours. Microscopic study of the grooves reveals no metal use, only repeated abrasion by stone chisels. Whoever made them worked with remarkable precision, maintaining consistent depth and curvature across large surfaces. The effort suggests purpose, devotion, or perhaps a tradition passed down through generations. What makes the Usgalimal site exceptional is its context. Most petroglyphs of similar age are found in caves or sheltered cliffs, hidden from the elements. Here, they lie fully exposed, mingling with the river and the open landscape. This suggests that the engravings were never meant to be concealed. They may have been public expressions, a gathering space where seasonal rituals unfolded under the open sky. During the Neolithic, Goa's climate was wetter, its river valleys lush with forest and game. Communities likely gathered here to fish, hunt, and perform ceremonies tied to fertility, rain, or the cycles of stars. Among the carvings, one detail recurs with quiet insistence: the prominence of bulls. In early agrarian societies, the bull symbolized strength, fertility, and the power of renewal. Even before domestication, wild cattle were revered across regions stretching from Anatolia to the Indus Valley. At Usgalimal, the repetition of horned figures may represent a local variant of that ancient reverence, a celebration of the animal as both provider and protector. Nearby engravings of human figures seem to interact with these bulls, sometimes positioned directly before their heads or beneath their bodies. It's tempting to interpret these as scenes, a hunter facing an animal, a shaman invoking its spirit, but without accompanying context, the meanings remain fluid. Some archaeologists caution against literal readings. The human forms might be symbolic representations of deities, ancestors, or cosmic forces rather than scenes of daily life. The labyrinths add another layer of complexity. Their intricate loops contrast with the direct, confident lines of the animal figures. One theory suggests they functioned as astronomical diagrams. The Neolithic inhabitants of Western India would have observed the seasonal movements of the sun and stars to time migrations or harvests. The spiral could have mirrored those celestial cycles, embodying renewal through repetition. Another possibility is that they marked ritual spaces where participants physically followed the path during ceremonies, mimicking a journey between worlds. Because the carvings lack written explanation, their meaning shifts with every interpreter. To some researchers, they are expressions of an early cosmology, an attempt to map humanity's relationship with nature. To others, they are social markers, recording group identity or territory. A few even propose that the labyrinths served as mnemonic devices, a way of encoding oral traditions into visual form. The truth may encompass all of these and more. The discovery of Usgalimal reshaped what historians understood about India's prehistoric art. Before its documentation, the oldest known petroglyphs in the region were thought to lie farther north, in the rock shelters of Madhya Pradesh. But the Goa site revealed that artistic and symbolic traditions extended deep into peninsular India long before the Indus civilization arose. It also demonstrated cultural continuity. The bull motifs at Usgalimal echo the later humped cattle found on Indus seals 2,000 years afterward. Though separated by time and distance, both traditions share an underlying reverence for the same animal archetype. In the years following its discovery, conservators faced a difficult challenge. The river that had hidden the engravings for millennia also threatened to destroy them. Seasonal flooding eroded the surface, while algae and silt obscured the carvings. The Archaeological Survey of India built embankments and drainage channels to redirect water flow, but full protection remains impossible. Nature and history share custody of the site, and both refuse to let go. When visitors arrive during the dry months, they find the rock warm underfoot, the engravings gleaming like burnished copper. The shapes are easiest to see in late afternoon when the sun lies low and shadows settle into the grooves. Guides from nearby villages trace the lines with wooden sticks, explaining how their ancestors regarded the site as sacred long before archaeologists arrived. For them, the carvings are not relics but living signs, manifestations of ancestral presence. The resonance between ancient and modern belief is striking. Many local myths speak of a time when gods and humans shared the same ground, when marks made on stone could summon rain or fertility. In some stories, the bulls carved on the riverbed are said to belong to celestial herds that still thunder across the sky during monsoon storms. These legends, though shaped by later cultures, echo the themes visible in the carvings themselves: strength, continuity, and the unity of earth and sky. Scientific analysis of the engravings continues. Portable laser scanners have mapped every groove in 3 dimensions, allowing digital preservation even if the original fades. Microscopic residue studies reveal traces of hematite dust, possibly from pigment applied to the carvings after completion. This suggests that the engravings may once have been painted, a vibrant red against the brown rock, glowing in sunlight or firelight. If true, the site would have looked dramatically different when it was new, a field of luminous symbols shimmering beside the water. Dating such art is notoriously difficult. The laterite offers no organic material for carbon dating. Researchers rely instead on comparative typology, matching motifs and tool marks to other dated sites in India and Southeast Asia. The consensus places Usgalimal firmly within the Neolithic or early Chalcolithic period. Some of the deeper engravings may even predate organized agriculture, belonging to hunter-gatherer groups who viewed the river as both lifeline and threshold. The complexity of the site suggests long-term use. Some figures are deeply weathered, while others remain sharp, as if added centuries later. This layering points to continuity of practice, generations returning to the same spot to renew symbols or add new ones. It's possible that Usgalimal served as a communal memory space, where each era left its mark upon the same canvas. In that sense, the carvings are not a single message, but an evolving dialogue across time. Viewed from above, the site resembles a network of pathways. The labyrinths flow into animal shapes, which lead into geometric lines and back again. There is no single focal point. The composition feels organic, like growth rather than design. Some researchers describe it as a prehistoric mind map, a reflection of how early humans conceived of movement and relation between people, animals, and the landscape itself. Comparisons have been drawn between Usgalimal and other global sites of rock art. The bulls recall those of Lascaux in France, though rendered in pure line rather than pigment. The labyrinths resemble carvings from Spain and Sardinia, while the geometric grids echo patterns found in Australia's petroglyphs. Yet Usgalimal remains uniquely Indian in its style, its lines fluid, its scale intimate, and its themes rooted in the monsoon world of river and stone. It stands as evidence that early humans, separated by oceans and millennia, shared a common urge to translate experience into mark and motion. For visitors, the experience of walking across those carvings can be strangely grounding. Each step connects to a human gesture thousands of years old. The grooves still fit the curve of a finger. The bull's outlines retain the strength of the hand that drew them. To stand amid them is to feel a continuity that dissolves the divide between ancient and modern. The carvings speak in a language older than words, a rhythm of line and curve that transcends culture. Local authorities have since installed viewing platforms and signs, but the site remains largely uncommercialized. The absence of barriers allows people to approach the carvings directly, though this also leaves them vulnerable. Conservationists face the dilemma of preservation versus accessibility. To protect the engravings, one must limit contact. To appreciate them fully, one must feel their presence under open sky. So far, the balance holds, maintained by the vigilance of the community that claims the site as its own heritage. Each year during the dry season, small groups of students, artists, and historians visit Usgalimal. Some sketch the carvings, others photograph them at different times of day to capture changing light. A few sit quietly on the rock, tracing lines in the air as if trying to reconstruct the gestures of their makers. The sound of the river nearby adds a low rhythm, a reminder that time here moves in cycles, not lines. The engravings of Usgalimal are not the remains of a vanished city or the tomb of a forgotten ruler. They are the trace of something more elusive, thought made permanent. In those grooves lie the first stirrings of abstraction, the first attempts to represent movement, belief, and order. They show that art did not begin as decoration, but as dialogue between humans and the forces they sought to understand. Today, as the sun sets over the Goan Hills and the river turns amber, the carvings seem to shift again, catching light from the rippling water. The bulls appear to move, the labyrinths to turn. The same play of reflection that may have inspired their creation still animates them. Their makers are gone, their meanings uncertain, but their lines continue to speak. A reminder that mystery is not absence of knowledge, but the space where curiosity survives. Usgalimal endures not because it answers questions, but because it keeps asking them. Who carved these figures? What did they see when they stood here thousands of years ago, watching the river flow over their work? The carvings may never yield those answers, but they invite every generation to look, to wonder, and to leave with the quiet awareness that meaning, like the river, is always moving. High in the forested hills of India's northeast stand hundreds of enormous stone jars, some taller than a man, some heavy enough to crush the ground beneath them. They rest in silence, scattered across ridges and clearings in the state of Assam, as though dropped by some vanished hand. Each one is carved from solid sandstone, cylindrical or slightly tapered, with smooth walls and hollowed interiors. Many are tilted, half buried, or broken by roots. A few still stand perfectly upright, their rims sharp, their hollow centers filled with rainwater and leaves. To stumble upon them is to enter a landscape where purpose has been forgotten but presence has not. Local villagers have long known of the jars. They call them moidams, or giant vessels, and tell stories of ancestral spirits or ancient beings who once lived among the hills. For outsiders, the first written record came during the 1920s, when British surveyors exploring the region reported encountering massive stone containers unlike anything they had seen elsewhere in India. Their notes described clusters of jars stretching across several hilltops, some arranged in loose circles, others lined along ridges overlooking rivers. The find puzzled scholars, but fieldwork was limited. These hills were remote, thick with jungle, and accessible only by foot. It would take nearly a century for systematic study to begin again. In recent years, teams of archaeologists from India and Australia have mapped more than 10 jar sites across Assam's Dima Hasao and West Kabi Anglong districts. Using drone surveys and GPS, they recorded nearly 800 jars, with several more suspected to lie hidden under dense vegetation. The discovery connected Assam to a much larger mystery spanning Southeast Asia. Similar megalithic jars had already been found in Laos, known collectively as the Plain of Jars, where they were associated with ancient funerary rituals. The resemblance was too close to ignore. Suddenly, the hills of northeast India appeared to be part of a forgotten cultural network, one that stretched across thousands of kilometers, linking distant peoples through shared tradition. Each jar at Assam's sites differs slightly in size and form. Some stand barely a meter tall, others reach heights of 3 or more. The largest weigh several tons. All are carved from sandstone or conglomerate rock quarried miles away. Transporting such masses through jungle terrain would have required planning, tools, and coordination beyond the capacity of a small village. That alone hints at an organized society, one that invested immense labor into creating monuments for reasons now lost. When the first excavation trenches were opened, archaeologists found fragments of human bone, charcoal, and pottery inside and around some jars. These traces, along with the jar's arrangement, suggested a funerary purpose. Perhaps the vessels once held cremated remains or offerings for the dead. Some jars may have served as secondary burials, containers for bones gathered after flesh had decayed. This practice fits patterns seen elsewhere in Asia, from Laos to Indonesia, where large stone urns played a role in ancestor veneration. Yet, in Assam, the evidence remains fragmentary. Many jars are empty, their contents long eroded by centuries of monsoon rain. Dating them has proven equally difficult. Radiocarbon samples from nearby charcoal suggest an age between 2,000 and 2,500 years. But the jars themselves could be older. Their makers left no inscriptions, no settlements, and no obvious descendants. The people who live in these hills today, tribes like the Kabi and the Khasis, preserve rich oral traditions but none that recall building such monuments. To them, the jars are ancient relics from a time before memory. The craftsmanship, however, is deliberate. Some jars are elegantly shaped, with rims slightly flared or bases carved flat for stability. Others bear faint grooves or decorative bands, now weathered to softness. The interiors are carefully hollowed, not roughly scooped, suggesting the use of metal chisels or stone tools wielded with skill. A few jars even have circular lids, though most lie displaced. These features indicate intentional design, not random boulders modified by erosion. Each vessel required days or weeks of work, cutting, shaping, polishing, followed by transport and placement. The arrangement of the jars reveals further patterns. At one site near the village of Nuchubunglo, dozens stand clustered along a natural terrace overlooking a river valley. The placement seems symbolic, as if the dead were meant to face the flowing water. In other areas, jars appear aligned with peaks or gaps in the surrounding hills, hinting at astronomical or geomantic awareness. No two clusters are identical, yet all share a sense of orientation, as though guided by a cosmology we no longer understand. Excavations conducted between 2019 and 2021 uncovered more than just bones. Small beads of carnelian and agate, fragments of pottery, and traces of soot appeared inside a few jars. These may have been offerings placed with the deceased, objects to accompany them into whatever afterlife their culture envisioned. Similar patterns are observed at the Laotian sites, where jars often sit near stone discs, interpreted as grave markers. The parallels strengthen the theory of a shared ritual system stretching across the prehistoric highlands of South and Southeast Asia. The natural environment surrounding the jars contributes to their enduring mystique. The forests of Assam are lush and constantly changing. Bamboo shoots rise quickly after monsoon rains, concealing whole clusters within months. Lianas drape across rims, and moss paints the surfaces green. Some jars have been split open by tree roots that force their way through cracks. Others collect pools of water where frogs and insects thrive. The living world has adopted the stones as its own, blurring the line between monument and landscape. For archaeologists working here, each expedition becomes a dialogue between persistence and decay. During the dry months, teams clear vegetation and map the sites, photographing every jar from multiple angles. When the rains return, the forest takes them back. The cyclical uncovering and concealing feels strangely appropriate, an echo of the jar's original purpose as vessels mediating between life and death, visibility and disappearance. The discovery of similar megalithic jars in neighboring Laos, Indonesia, and parts of Vietnam has sparked debate about cultural connection. Were these regions part of a single megalithic tradition that spread through migration or trade? Or did separate societies invent the same idea independently? The distances involved are vast, yet the similarities are uncanny. Massive stone urns, hilltop placements, funerary contexts, and absence of writing. Some scholars propose that the builders belonged to Austroasiatic-speaking peoples who once inhabited a continuous belt from India to mainland Southeast Asia before later migrations displaced them. If true, the jars are among the few surviving traces of that forgotten world. Others suggest a more local origin. Assam's hills have long been a crossroads of culture, bridging South Asia and the Pacific. The ancient communities here could have developed their own burial customs, later converging by coincidence with similar practices elsewhere. Without inscriptions or distinct artifacts linking them, the connection remains speculative. Still, the resemblance is too strong to dismiss outright. The mystery deepens when considering how the jars were moved. The quarries identified so far lie kilometers away from the sites, across uneven terrain. Transporting multi-ton blocks through forested hills would have required ingenuity. Some researchers believe the builders used wooden rollers and ropes, lubricating the paths with water or plant oils. Others propose seasonal timing, moving stones during the wet months when mud provided easier sliding. Whatever the method, the achievement reflects communal effort and technical understanding rarely attributed to prehistoric societies in this region. Cultural memory of the jars lingers faintly among nearby tribes. In certain villages, people avoid disturbing the sites, believing spirits dwell within them. Offerings of rice beer or flowers are occasionally left at the rims during festivals. In others, the jars are treated simply as landmarks, ancient stones whose origins no one claims but everyone respects. The absence of ownership has preserved them better than any boundary marker could. Modern research has begun to reveal new details invisible to the naked eye. LiDAR scans show subtle terraces and platforms around some clusters, possibly indicating accompanying wooden structures that have long decayed. Soil analysis detects microscopic traces of ash and organic residue consistent with cremation. Together, these findings strengthen the view that the jars functioned as part of complex funerary landscapes rather than isolated monuments. For scientists, the greatest challenge is chronology. Radiocarbon dating offers only approximate ages, while stylistic comparison across regions is imprecise. Some jars could date as far back as 1000 BCE, others as late as the early centuries CE. The long span complicates efforts to identify a single cultural phase. It's possible that the practice of carving and using jars persisted for generations, evolving as beliefs shifted. The jars we see today might represent the final expression of a tradition that began thousands of years earlier. Despite their antiquity, the jars of Assam have remained remarkably obscure. Political instability, dense terrain, and lack of infrastructure kept researchers away for decades. Only in the past few years have systematic efforts resumed, bringing international attention. Yet even now, few travelers venture to these remote hills. Those who do describe a landscape both haunting and serene. Rolling slopes dotted with enormous vessels half sunk in earth, framed by the constant hum of insects. The sight of one particular jar often stays with visitors, a giant cylinder split cleanly down the middle, its interior exposed like the cross-section of a tree. Rainwater gathers inside, reflecting the canopy above. Each drop that falls creates ripples that distort the image, as if time itself were shifting on the surface. For archaeologists, such moments carry quiet weight, the awareness that every measurement, every photograph captures not only a structure but the residue of a worldview lost to history. The question of why these jars were made remains open. Some theories emphasize ancestor worship, others fertility or transition rites. A few suggest practical functions, like storing grain or fermenting liquids, though the absence of residue argues against it. The funerary hypothesis fits best, but even that leaves unanswered why the builders chose stone instead of clay or wood, or why they placed the jars across exposed hilltops rather than sheltered valleys. Perhaps the location was intentional, high places serving as points of contact between earth and sky. The jar's durability itself may hold symbolic meaning. Stone defies decay, it endures through rain and growth. By crafting vessels that would outlast them, the builders could have been expressing belief in continuity, the idea that life and death are part of a cycle as enduring as the hills. In this light, the jars become not graves, but markers of transformation, thresholds where one state of being shifted into another. Each excavation deepens rather than resolves the mystery. When bones are found, they are often fragmentary, disarticulated, and scattered. It seems the jars were reopened periodically, their contents rearranged or supplemented with new deposits. Such behavior suggests ritual reuse, perhaps annual ceremonies in which ancestors were honored or reburied. If so, the jars were not static monuments but living sites of connection between generations. In recent years, efforts have turned toward conservation and community involvement. The Archaeological Survey of India works with local councils to map, fence, and document each cluster. Workshops teach residents about the jar's heritage value, encouraging them to protect the sites from quarrying or deforestation. Some villages now include the jars in cultural festivals, blending traditional songs with modern awareness. Slowly, the forgotten landscape is being woven back into living identity. From a broader perspective, the giant jars of Assam remind us how easily entire civilizations can vanish without leaving text or temple behind. What survives are the stones, their mute geometry carrying questions across millennia. Standing before them, one feels both the weight of human effort and the lightness of mystery. They belong to no single story, yet they contain the traces of many: craftsmanship, ritual, loss, and reverence. At dusk, when mist begins to gather and the forest turns silver with dew, the jars seem almost animate. Their rounded rims glisten, their interiors collect fading light, and their shadows stretch long across the grass. The air hums with cicadas, the same sound that may have accompanied the rituals of their makers. In that moment, time feels suspended. The jars are no longer relics, but witnesses, guardians of a chapter in human history that has not yet been read. Perhaps that is their true purpose, to persist until understanding catches up. Each new generation of researchers, travelers, and local custodians adds another layer of interpretation, another attempt to listen. The answers may never come in full, but the questions they raise about connection, belief, and endurance are timeless. Far from the cities and the noise of modern life, the hills of Assam still cradle their secrets. The giant jars remain where they have always been, weathering monsoon and drought alike. Their silence is not absence, but continuity, a steady hum beneath the forest's breath. And for those who walk among them, tracing a hand across their cold surfaces, the feeling is unmistakable. Somewhere within these hollow stones lies the echo of lives that refuse to be forgotten. It began with the dull scrape of a trowel against metal, an unremarkable sound on an ordinary morning in the London borough of Havering. The archaeologists had been expecting pottery, maybe traces of settlement. What they uncovered instead shimmered faintly in the soil, the curved edge of a bronze blade, green with age but unmistakably shaped by human hands. As they brushed away the dirt, more bronze appeared, then more still. By the end of the excavation, they realized they were standing above one of the largest Bronze Age hoards ever found in Britain. 453 metal objects buried in 4 separate pits, each packed with weapons, tools, and fragments of a civilization that thrived 3,000 years ago. The find came to light in 2018 during a routine archaeological survey ahead of construction near the River Thames. Nothing about the location suggested significance. It was a quiet patch of farmland, hemmed by hedgerows and the faint hum of traffic from London's outskirts. Yet beneath that modern calm lay a deposit that spoke of a time when this land marked the frontier of ancient Europe, a meeting ground of trade, technology, and belief. The Havering Hoard, as it came to be known, dates to around 900 to 800 BCE, the twilight of Britain's Bronze Age. It was a period of transition. Bronze was still in use, but iron had begun to appear, reshaping economies and hierarchies. Communities were changing, alliances fracturing, traditions evolving. In that context, the deliberate burial of nearly half a ton of bronze takes on deeper meaning. This was no accidental loss, no random discard. It was intentional, organized, and heavy with purpose. Each of the 4 pits contained its own selection of objects. The largest held complete swords, axe heads, spear points, and fragments of shields. Another was filled with tools, chisels, knives, and socketed implements used for carpentry or metalwork. A third contained decorative pieces such as bracelets and casting molds, suggesting the presence of skilled artisans. The 4th pit was the most enigmatic. It held twisted and broken pieces, as if deliberately destroyed before burial. All had been carefully stacked or layered, showing a methodical process rather than hasty concealment. The soil itself told its own story. The pits were dug within a small area, perhaps within a fenced enclosure or sacred space. Radiocarbon analysis of organic residue hinted that the deposits were made over time, not all at once. It was as if generations had returned to the same spot to lay offerings or to mark cycles of crisis and renewal. The repetition implies continuity of meaning, something significant tied to that place, perhaps a sanctuary near the river where water and metal met. Bronze, in the late 2nd millennium BCE, was more than utility. It was wealth embodied in form. To bury hundreds of bronze objects was to remove power from circulation, to sacrifice labor, skill, and status. The decision would not have been taken lightly. Archaeologists have long debated whether such hoards were ritual offerings, hidden caches, or evidence of social collapse. In the case of Havering, all 3 possibilities seem to coexist. Some of the weapons bear no sign of use. Their edges remain sharp, their tips unbroken, suggesting they were made for deposit rather than battle. Others, however, show damage, nicks, bending, and deliberate deformation. This destruction may have been symbolic, a way of killing the objects before offering them to the earth. Similar rituals are known from across Bronze Age Europe: weapons bent, axes blunted, bracelets twisted. In each case, the act transformed a tool of human endeavor into a gift beyond use, neutralizing its earthly power. The choice of location strengthens the ritual interpretation. The site lies close to a meander of the Thames, a river that has yielded countless other Bronze Age finds. Throughout prehistory, watercourses were treated as thresholds between worlds, the physical and the spiritual, the known and the unknown. People cast metalwork into rivers or buried it near floodplains, perhaps as offerings to deities or ancestors who dwelled beyond. The Havering Hoard fits within this landscape of meaning, its buried pits echoing countless votive acts along the water's edge. Yet ritual alone may not explain the full scale of the deposit. The late Bronze Age was marked by instability. Trade routes that once brought tin and copper across Europe were shifting. Climatic fluctuations strained agriculture. Warfare and migration reshaped communities. In that environment, hoarding could also serve practical ends, a way to safeguard valuable materials during uncertain times. Bronze was recyclable. Old weapons could be melted and recast into new ones. A smith might bury surplus stock to retrieve later, though the careful destruction of many items argues against this being mere storage. Archaeologists examining the hoard noticed a curious mix of regional styles. Some swords matched designs from southern England. Others resemble continental types found in France and the Low Countries. This diversity suggests wide connections. Havering may have sat within a network of exchange stretching across the channel, linking local chiefs and metalworkers to a broader European culture. The hoard, then, could represent the spoils of trade or tribute, a collection assembled by a community engaged in far-reaching interactions. The artistry of the objects reveals a world of sophistication. The socketed axes display fine casting lines and symmetrical edges. The spearheads taper elegantly, balanced for precision. A few sword hilts bear traces of decoration, incised chevrons, looping curves, motifs that echo across Bronze Age art from Ireland to the Balkans. Each item was cast using complex molds, requiring mastery of heat control and alloy composition. To see them together is to glimpse an age not of primitive struggle, but of technological achievement and aesthetic confidence. When the hoard was first displayed at the Museum of London, visitors were struck by its visual weight, a sea of greenish bronze laid out in rows, each piece once part of a living community. Yet what truly fascinates is the intentionality. Why choose to hide so much? Why return repeatedly to the same spot to bury objects rather than reclaim them? Perhaps the answer lies in belief. To ancient people, metal was alive. Its transformation from ore to weapon mirrored human transformation through life and death. By returning bronze to the earth, they may have been completing a cycle, returning vitality to the source from which it came. Among the most intriguing discoveries were several casting molds used to create socketed axes and spearheads. Their presence within the hoard suggests that the deposit was connected to metalworking, perhaps to a workshop or a guild of smiths. In many mythologies, smiths occupied liminal roles, half craftsman, half magician, mediating between raw nature and human civilization. They turned stone into strength, shaping elements with fire. It is possible that the Havering Hoard represents a collective act by such smiths, marking the end of their trade or the transition to new materials as iron began to dominate. Another interpretation views the hoard as a political act, a response to upheaval. Around the time of its burial, southern Britain experienced significant cultural shifts. Settlements moved, trade patterns altered, and power structures dissolved. The burial of weapons could signify disarmament, perhaps a peace treaty sealed by interring instruments of war. Alternatively, it could represent the collapse of authority, a defeated community depositing its symbols of power to prevent them from falling into rival hands. In this sense, the hoard becomes a historical record of tension, a moment when people faced change and responded through ritualized surrender. The landscape itself reinforces that reading. The fields of Havering sit on the edge of what was once tidal marshland. In prehistory, this would have been a liminal zone, fertile yet unstable, where land met water and boundaries were uncertain. Such places often attracted ritual deposition precisely because they embodied transition. To bury bronze in a shifting landscape was to entrust permanence to impermanence, to fix meaning in a world of flux. The condition of the objects after 3 millennia reveals how well the soil preserved them. The bronze developed a patina of malachite green and turquoise, beautiful yet protective. Some blades remain sharp enough to catch light. Others, fused together by corrosion, resemble abstract sculptures, metal reborn as mineral. Conservationists faced the delicate task of cleaning without erasing history. Each object was photographed, measured, and analyzed for trace elements, revealing alloy recipes unique to different workshops. Scientific testing confirmed that much of the copper originated from Wales and southwestern Britain, while tin sources aligned with Cornwall and Devon. This distribution matches known trade routes of the era, reinforcing the picture of an interconnected island economy. The community that buried the hoard was not isolated. It participated in networks reaching hundreds of kilometers. Through those networks, ideas, technologies, and beliefs moved alongside metals. When researchers studied wear patterns, they noticed that certain sword blades had been sharpened repeatedly, while others were never honed at all. Some spearheads were intentionally blunted, others fractured at the socket. The deliberate variation suggests that the deposit was curated, a selection chosen for symbolic diversity rather than uniformity. It was as if the hoard's creators sought to represent the full spectrum of bronze's roles: weapon, tool, ornament, offering. Each pit may have embodied a different aspect of their world: warfare, labor, craft, and transformation. The discovery has also reshaped understanding of late Bronze Age society in Britain. Far from being primitive farmers, these communities maintained specialized industries and complex ritual systems. The Havering Hoard demonstrates centralized organization capable of mobilizing resources on a grand scale. It speaks of skilled metalworkers supported by agricultural surplus, of leaders able to command collective effort, and of belief systems rich enough to justify sacrificing material wealth. Yet for all the data, something intangible remains. Standing before the display cases, one feels a strange tension between presence and absence. The objects survive, gleaming under museum light, but the hands that made them are long gone. The hoard's true meaning, fear, faith, gratitude, despair, lies beyond reach. What endures is the gesture itself, the act of burial, repeated 4 times, deliberate and enduring. Perhaps that is the most revealing clue. In times of change, humans everywhere return to ritual. Whether burying metal or lighting candles, they seek continuity through symbolic action. The people of Havering may have faced the dawn of iron with uncertainty. By placing their bronze in the ground, they preserved not only their tools but their identity, a final statement in the language of metal before a new era began. The site today shows little trace of that ancient drama. The fields are level, the pits refilled. Only a small plaque marks where the hoard once lay. Yet beneath the soil remain microscopic residues, the imprint of objects that once carried meaning across generations. For archaeologists, the challenge is to read those traces without imposing modern assumptions. Each new analysis adds detail, but the emotional core remains elusive. What draws people to the Havering Hoard is not merely the quantity of bronze, but its humanity. These were not anonymous fragments of a distant age. They were tools that cut wood, weapons that defended families, ornaments that adorned the living. Each object held personal stories now dissolved into the earth. In gathering them, the hoard becomes a collective biography, a memory capsule of a society standing at the threshold of transformation. When viewed from above, the 4 pits form a rough rectangle, as if framing an invisible center. Some have speculated that a wooden structure once stood there, a shrine or platform where rituals were performed before the objects were interred. Others imagine open-air ceremonies, the smell of burning resin mingling with the metallic tang of newly cast bronze. The details will never be known, but the image lingers. People gathered around open pits, the low hum of chant or prayer as each blade disappeared into the soil. The Havering Hoard challenges the modern assumption that progress is linear. Here, a culture capable of extraordinary craftsmanship chose to bury its finest work, not display it. Value, for them, lay not in possession, but in relinquishment. To give up what was precious was to affirm belonging, to community, to land, to the unseen forces guiding their world. In that gesture lies a kind of wisdom modern societies rarely practice, the recognition that creation and sacrifice are 2 sides of the same act. Centuries later, the Thames continues to shift course near the site, eroding and rebuilding its banks as it always has. The landscape changes, but the bronze remains. Each artifact recovered from the Havering Hoard speaks across 3 millennia, carrying the faint residue of heat, effort, and intent. When touched, its surface feels cool, but within it lingers the warmth of ancient fires, the same fires that once lit the night when people gathered to give their treasures back to the earth. The story of the Havering Hoard ends not with discovery, but with continuity. Its excavation reconnects modern London to a deep past, reminding us that beneath the city's glass and steel lies a land shaped by ritual, craft, and belief older than empire. Those 4 pits, carved into a marshy field, hold more than metal. They hold a fragment of what it means to be human in the face of change. In the hush of the museum, surrounded by the green glow of ancient bronze, visitors pause without speaking. They sense, perhaps, the echo of the act itself, the moment when someone, 3,000 years ago, knelt by the riverbank, lifted a blade heavy with meaning, and chose to let it go. It was the kind of object that shouldn't exist where it was found. In the early years of the 20th century, on a remote stretch of New Zealand's North Island, a small bronze bell surfaced from the soil near a farmhouse in Whangarei. Its handle was missing, its body scarred by centuries of wear, but across its curved surface ran a neat line of raised letters, clearly cast, deliberate, and ancient. The farmer, a man named Captain Colin Browdy, thought little of it at first. He kept it on a shelf, using it to call his children in from the fields. Only years later would a visiting scholar glance at those markings and recognize something astonishing. The script was Tamil, an old Dravidian language from southern India, written in a style used nearly 1,000 years earlier. The inscription, once translated, read, "Muhurta of the ship's bell belonging to the Lord of the Sea." A poetic phrase, precise and ceremonial, hinting that this was no temple ornament, but a working ship's bell. Yet how had such an object, likely cast somewhere along the coast of ancient Tamil Nadu, found its way to an island half a world away, across oceans no Indian vessel was ever known to cross? That question transformed a farmer's trinket into one of the most puzzling artifacts in the Pacific. The bell's story, as far as it can be reconstructed, begins long before its discovery. In the first millennium CE, Tamil Nadu was home to powerful maritime kingdoms whose trade routes stretched across the Indian Ocean. Tamil merchants sailed to Arabia, Southeast Asia, and even the coast of China, exchanging spices, pearls, and textiles for gold and ceramics. They left inscriptions in Sumatra and coins in Vietnam. Their ships were large, stitched together from planks of teak and palm fiber, sturdy enough to carry cargo across monsoon seas. The ocean was their highway, and their gods, particularly Varuna, the deity of waters, guarded them. If the bell truly belonged to a Tamil vessel, its inscription fits that world perfectly. Maritime bells served both practical and sacred roles. They marked time aboard ship, signaled approach in fog, and were rung during ceremonies for protection on long voyages. A bell naming the Lord of the Sea would have carried ritual weight, perhaps consecrated before departure. Its presence in the Pacific suggests one of two extraordinary possibilities. Either a Tamil ship, or one carrying Tamil goods, somehow reached far into the Eastern Ocean centuries before European exploration, or the bell journeyed indirectly, passing from one set of hands to another through trade and drift across generations. The first known mention of the artifact came when Browdy donated it to the Whangarei Museum in 1937. Local historians initially assumed it was European, perhaps from an early Portuguese wreck, but linguistic experts quickly disagreed. The lettering followed the rounded Grantha Tamil style used between the 12th and 15th centuries. Scholars from India who examined photographs confirmed the translation, noting that the phrase suggested ownership by a shipmaster or merchant prince. The alloy composition, predominantly copper with traces of tin and lead, also matched South Indian bronze casting techniques. Every test pointed back to the Tamil coast. If those dates hold, the bell predates the arrival of Europeans in New Zealand by several hundred years. Maori settlement began around the 13th century, while the first European contact occurred in 1642 with Abel Tasman's voyage. The Tamil bell, by contrast, may have been cast when medieval Europe still knew little of the wider world. Its existence compresses distances that once seemed impassable. The most obvious question is how it arrived. Some propose shipwreck or drift. Ancient trade networks connected India to Indonesia, and Indonesian sailors are known to have ventured far into the Pacific. A Tamil ship trading along those routes might have been caught in a storm, blown east, and lost. Fragments of Indian and Southeast Asian goods have been found across the region, from beads in Micronesia to bronze drums in Papua. The ocean currents that sweep eastward from Indonesia toward Polynesia could, in theory, carry wreckage for thousands of kilometers. Yet others see a later journey. During the early modern era, Tamil artifacts could have traveled aboard European vessels crewed by Indian sailors. The Portuguese, Dutch, and British all recruited crews from their colonies. A Tamil seaman might have brought a personal object as a charm or keepsake. If that sailor died or the ship was wrecked near New Zealand, the bell could have washed ashore, but this explanation clashes with the bell's age and style, which seem older than colonial trade. Another possibility links the bell to Maori tradition. Some local accounts recall metal objects appearing before European contact, rare, prized, and often regarded as gifts from the sea. Maori oral histories describe finding strange items of copper or bronze on beaches after storms. The Tamil bell might have been among such treasures, passed through generations before being lost again. If so, it would have entered Maori life not as a foreign relic, but as a taonga, a sacred object whose origin was less important than its power. Archaeologists have examined the bell repeatedly since its discovery. Its surface bears deep scratches, perhaps from centuries of movement against sand and rock. The clapper is missing, and the top loop appears deliberately broken, suggesting reuse. Some speculate it was once attached to a harness or even used as a cooking pot. The edges show soot stains from fire. This repurposing fits a familiar pattern. When an object loses its original context, people find new uses for it. The bell may have lived multiple lives, serving different communities across oceans and generations before settling in New Zealand soil. The wider context deepens the intrigue. Across the Pacific, scattered evidence hints at early cross-oceanic contact long before European exploration. South American sweet potatoes appear in Polynesia centuries before Columbus, implying transoceanic exchange. Asian chickens may have reached the Americas in prehistoric times. The Tamil bell fits into this web of anomalies, small but suggestive markers of a global world more connected than textbooks once allowed. Still, caution is necessary. Extraordinary claims demand clear evidence, and one object cannot rewrite history on its own. Many historians view the bell as a curiosity of uncertain journey, a survivor of trade networks rather than proof of Tamil explorers in the South Pacific. Its path, they argue, could have been circuitous, carried from India to Southeast Asia, traded to Indonesia, picked up by another culture, and eventually arriving in Polynesia centuries later. Each transfer would erase a layer of memory until only the object remained to bear witness. For modern New Zealand, the Tamil bell occupies a fascinating intersection between archaeology and story. It is displayed today in the Whangarei Museum, its green patina polished by light but left untouched by restoration. Visitors often pause before it, drawn less by its size. It is scarcely 20 centimeters tall than by its quiet authority. The Tamil inscription, neatly cast around the rim, catches the eye like a message from another world. To see that script, carved for the Indian Ocean, resting in the far Pacific, is to feel the scale of human movement stretched to its limit. The museum label offers few conclusions. It notes the translation, the possible dates, and the continuing mystery. Scholars continue to test the alloy, searching for isotopic fingerprints that might pinpoint the mine from which its copper came. The results so far align with deposits in southern India near ancient trade ports such as Nagapattinam or Kaveripattinam, places once alive with shipyards, markets, and warehouses. If the bell was cast there, it belonged to a maritime culture steeped in ritual and precision. Bells of similar design have been found in temples dedicated to Varuna and Vishnu, where they were used during prayer before being repurposed for voyages. One detail often overlooked adds nuance to the mystery. The phrase, "muhurta of the ship's bell," may not name a person, but an auspicious moment. In Tamil usage, muhurta denotes a sacred time chosen for rituals or departures. The inscription might therefore record the ceremonial hour when the bell was consecrated, linking it to astrology and navigation. If so, it preserves not only language but worldview, a reminder that ancient sailors read the heavens as carefully as they read the sea. The physical qualities of the bell reveal mastery in casting. Its bronze surface shows a fine, even grain, suggesting controlled cooling. The script is crisp, each character balanced, implying it was cast from a clay mold engraved before pouring. The handle stub on top is flattened, perhaps from repeated striking or from its final break. Holding it, one senses both craftsmanship and endurance, the solidity of an object built to survive salt, wind, and time. Over the decades, researchers have proposed imaginative theories. Some link the bell to the fabled voyages of Tamil seafarers who may have reached far beyond recorded boundaries. Others tie it to the Chola Empire, whose naval expeditions reached Sumatra and Java in the 11th century. Could one of their ships have been caught in a cyclone, driven east toward unknown islands? The Pacific is vast, but the winds of the equatorial belt could, under rare conditions, carry a vessel across enormous distances. Whether any survived such a journey remains unknown, but the bell whispers that someone or something did. Even if the bell arrived indirectly, its presence challenges simple divisions between Old World and New. It reminds us that ancient trade was not confined to narrow corridors, but expanded wherever curiosity and necessity allowed. The same ocean that separated continents also connected them. Across those waters traveled spices, shells, seeds, and stories. The Tamil bell is one such story cast in bronze, a fragment of exchange that outlived the hands that made it. For the Maori communities near Whangarei, the artifact has become part of local heritage. Elders speak of it not as a foreign intrusion, but as a companion to their own voyaging ancestors. Both traditions, Tamil and Polynesian, celebrate mastery of the sea. Both built ships of remarkable sophistication, guided by stars, wind, and intuition. The bell may not unite those worlds through direct contact, but it symbolizes a shared spirit of exploration that transcends geography. Standing before the display, it's easy to forget that for much of its life, the bell was a household tool hanging from a nail in a farmhouse kitchen. Captain Browdy's casual use of it as a dinner bell feels almost allegorical, the ancient past ringing across a modern threshold unnoticed until someone listened closely. When the inscription was finally read, the object's meaning shifted again, transformed from utility back to mystery. Today, the Tamil bell continues to travel in another way, through imagination. Writers and filmmakers cite it as evidence of forgotten voyages, a relic of a global age erased by time. Scientists treat it as a data point, dreamers as a doorway. Between those extremes lies the quiet truth. It exists, undeniably, a piece of ancient India resting in the farthest corner of the Pacific. However it came, it survived, carrying with it the weight of oceans and centuries. The bell's surface still holds traces of the human hand. Tiny tool marks, uneven at the rim, reveal where a craftsman scraped away excess metal before polishing. Those marks bridge the gap between maker and viewer. Through them, we glimpse the rhythm of ancient work, the hiss of molten bronze, the smell of smoke, the sound of hammer against mold. That moment, frozen in metal, traveled across hemispheres to end up here, among green hills and cold surf. Archaeologists continue to search for parallels. A few similar bells have been identified in South India and Sri Lanka, each inscribed with invocations to sea deities. None, however, have ever been found beyond Asia. The Whangarei bell remains unique. Its singularity may be its greatest clue. If only one survived, countless others may have perished, their stories lost to rust and tide. Objects, after all, are accidents of survival. For every artifact recovered, countless more lie broken or buried, their journeys incomplete. In the quiet of the museum, the Tamil bell rests within a glass case, illuminated by a soft light that brings out the reddish hue beneath its patina. Visitors lean close to trace the ancient letters, unaware that the script they read once echoed through ports filled with the scent of cardamom and sandalwood. The distance between those worlds, Tamil Nadu's tropical coast and New Zealand's temperate shore, feels impossible, yet a single object connects them. That connection, however fragile, widens our sense of what ancient humanity achieved. Perhaps the bell's greatest message lies not in where it came from, but in what it represents. Continuity of curiosity, the will to move beyond familiar horizons. Whether carried by storm, by trade, or by hands we'll never name, it reminds us that discovery is rarely one-sided. The world has always been in conversation with itself, long before maps caught up. As night falls over Whangarei and the museum lights dim, the bell remains, quiet, self-contained, still bearing the name of a forgotten mariner or moment. It has crossed oceans, languages, and purposes to arrive here. Its journey may never be fully traced, but its presence invites us to listen, to hear across time the faint, persistent ring of connection that history could not erase. When workers began digging foundations for a new building in the Croatian town of Vinkovci in 1990, They expected nothing more than the usual layers of earth and gravel. The site lay near the Drava River, in a region long inhabited but rarely yielding anything remarkable. Then, as the shovel bit deeper, the ground revealed a shimmer, a brief, unmistakable gleam of silver. Within minutes, more fragments appeared, curved and embossed, buried in tight formation. The work stopped. Archaeologists were called, and as they knelt in the pit brushing away soil, a pattern emerged, the rim of a vessel, then another, then dozens more stacked together. By the end of the day, they realized they had uncovered one of the greatest late Roman treasures ever found in Europe. 48 ornate silver objects, hidden for 16 centuries and untouched until that moment. The discovery quickly drew attention, not only for its quantity, but for its artistry. Cups, plates, pitchers, spoons, and jugs lay nested together, each one chased with intricate designs, vines, deities, hunting scenes, mythological figures rendered with a precision that rivaled imperial workshops. Some pieces were gilded, their surfaces still gleaming despite centuries underground. Others bore faint inscriptions, dedications to family members, marks of ownership, even the name of a silversmith. The hoard came to be known as the Vinkovci Treasure, a name that would link a small Croatian town to the grandeur of Rome. To understand its significance, one must imagine the world of the 4th century CE. The Roman Empire was still vast but no longer invincible. Its borders strained under pressure from migrating peoples. Its economy fluctuated between opulence and decline. The Balkan provinces, where Vinkovci, then known as Cibalae, stood, were both frontier and heartland, strategically vital, culturally rich, but frequently ravaged by conflict. Cibalae was no obscure outpost. It was the birthplace of 2 Roman emperors, Valentinian I and Valens, brothers who ruled during an age of turbulence. That the treasure should surface here, in their homeland, feels almost poetic, a remnant of imperial splendor buried at the edge of empire. The vessels themselves display remarkable craftsmanship. One silver bowl features a relief of Dionysus surrounded by satyrs, their expressions playful yet refined. Another shows a procession of deer and hounds, frozen mid-chase. Several goblets are decorated with medallions of the goddess Fortuna, symbol of prosperity and fate. The precision of detail suggests they were made not for everyday use but for ceremonial banquets or display in a wealthy household. Analysis of the metal composition reveals high-purity silver, some pieces exceeding 95% refinement, a level attainable only in elite Roman workshops. How the treasure came to be buried remains uncertain, but context offers clues. The mid-4th century was a time of upheaval in the Balkans. Invasions, civil wars, and religious transformations swept across the region. Pagan households hid their valuables as Christianity spread and authority shifted. Alternatively, the hoard may have been concealed during one of the many raids that plagued the frontier. Historical records mention Gothic incursions and internal revolts during this period, any of which could have prompted a family to hide their fortune for safekeeping. That it was never retrieved suggests the owners either fled or perished before they could return. When archaeologists excavated the deposit, they noted how carefully it had been arranged. The vessels were stacked in groups, largest at the bottom, smallest at the top, as if prepared for transport. Some were wrapped in textile remnants, traces of linen still clinging to the metal. The methodical organization implies deliberate concealment rather than hasty abandonment. Whoever buried them intended recovery. The pit itself lay within what appeared to be a large villa complex, likely belonging to a high-ranking official or wealthy landowner. Among the most intriguing items is a pair of silver cups inscribed with Greek verses praising the virtues of friendship and moderation. The language choice hints at the cultural blend of late Roman society: Latin administration, Greek education, local artistry. Another notable piece, a large plate with gilded rim, bears the monogram of its maker, a craftsman named Aelianus. Such signatures are rare, suggesting pride and recognition within the artisan community. The Vinkovci Treasure also offers insight into the economy of its time. Silver was both currency and art. Wealthy Romans invested in precious metal objects not only for luxury, but as a portable store of value. In times of uncertainty, silverware could be melted down and recast into coins or bars. yet the quality of the Vinkovci pieces suggests they were valued beyond weight. Their iconography, gods, heroes, nature motifs, reflects an aesthetic continuity even as the empire changed. These designs carried meaning, linking owners to tradition and identity. After conservation, the vessels revealed minute details invisible at first glance. Under magnification, experts found traces of gilding applied with mercury amalgam, a sophisticated technique requiring precise temperature control. Some pieces display faint tool marks where engravers corrected lines or deepened reliefs. These small imperfections humanize the collection, reminding us that behind its grandeur were individual hands, craftsmen shaping silver into art under flickering lamplight. The find's scale naturally invited comparison to other great Roman hoards: the Mildenhall treasure in Britain, the Kaiser Augst hoard in Switzerland, and the Hoxne hoard of Suffolk. Yet Vinkovci stands apart for its concentration of tableware rather than mixed currency or jewelry. This was not a cache of random valuables, but a curated set, the belongings of a single household preserved almost intact. It reflects domestic elegance more than imperial wealth, a window into how the elite of the late empire lived, dined, and displayed refinement even as the world around them shifted. The motifs carved across the vessels trace the mingling of pagan and emerging Christian symbolism. A few designs show cross-like forms integrated into floral patterns, ambiguous enough to appeal to both traditions. By the 4th century, such blending was common in Roman art, as old beliefs softened and new ones took root. The treasure thus mirrors its age, a society caught between past and future, where faith, art, and power intersected in silver. What fascinates historians is the deliberate concealment of beauty. To bury objects like these was an act of fear and hope intertwined. Fear of loss, hope of return. The owner's identity remains unknown, but their decision preserved a moment of human vulnerability. Across centuries, that gesture bridges the gap between their world and ours, the instinct to protect what is precious when everything else feels uncertain. After excavation, the hoard underwent years of study and restoration at the Archaeological Museum in Zagreb. Each item was cleaned with precision tools under microscopes, revealing patterns of wear consistent with gentle domestic use rather than ceremonial display alone. This suggests the silverware was part of daily elite life, handled during feasts or celebrations, washed, polished, and admired before being hidden away. One cup bears shallow scratches from stacking, perhaps from being set hastily atop another during a banquet. Another shows slight distortion at its base, evidence of use rather than flaw. These details give texture to the past, transforming static artifacts into witnesses of movement and habit. Chemical analysis provided further revelations. Trace elements such as lead and bismuth indicated that much of the silver originated from mines in the Balkans and Asia Minor, both key suppliers to Rome's economy. The region's mineral wealth was among the reasons for its strategic importance. By the time the treasure was buried, however, many mines were declining, production strained by over-extraction and political fragmentation. The silver in the Vinkovci hoard, therefore, may represent one of the last great flourishes of Roman metallurgy before the empire's division. The artistry of the vessels also reflects evolving aesthetics. Earlier Roman silver emphasized symmetry and restraint. By the 4th century, ornamentation grew denser, with swirling vegetal motifs and mythological scenes framed by borders of geometric precision. The Vinkovci pieces exemplify this maturity, a confident blend of technical mastery and visual exuberance. Each surface seems to balance motion and stillness, the frozen dance of vines or the poised grace of a hunting figure. For modern viewers, the treasure carries a dual allure: the brilliance of craftsmanship and the mystery of concealment. What compelled someone to hide these masterpieces? Archaeological evidence points to the chaotic decades following the death of Emperor Constantine the Great. His successors, including the brothers born in Cybele, fought bitterly for control. Armies marched through the Balkans, towns changed hands, and loyalties shifted. In such times, wealth became both a shield and a target. A villa owner fearing confiscation or invasion might bury valuables in haste, intending to retrieve them when peace returned. But peace was elusive, and empires rarely returned to those who flee them. Over the centuries, the treasure's resting place lay forgotten. The villa collapsed, the landscape altered, the soil reclaimed what was left. When it reappeared in 1990, it emerged almost whole, a time capsule of prosperity unearthed amid the modern world. For Croatia, the discovery arrived at a poignant moment. The country itself was entering a period of turmoil and transition during the Yugoslav wars. To find a buried treasure from another age of uncertainty resonated deeply, a reminder that history often moves in circles. The Hoard's public exhibition drew thousands. Visitors stood before glass cases, marveling at the luminous surfaces, at once fragile and eternal. Light played across the silver like water, revealing tiny details. The curve of a god's hand, the ripple of a draped cloak, the grain of a sculpted vine. Each vessel seemed less an object than a voice from antiquity, speaking through craftsmanship. Museologists faced the challenge of conveying context without narrative overload. Rather than framing the treasure as isolated art, they presented it within the story of Sibali, a thriving provincial town of merchants, soldiers, and artisans. Interactive displays showed how the silverware might have been arranged on banquet tables, accompanied by reconstructed foods and utensils. Visitors could imagine the laughter of guests, the flicker of oil lamps, the murmur of conversation echoing through marble halls. Among the most admired items is a deep bowl, engraved with a scene of a figure reclining among grapevines, cup in hand, a panther at his side, the god Dionysus, patron of revelry. The lines of his face are calm yet distant, as if aware of both joy and its fleeting nature. Some have seen this as a metaphor for the late empire itself, magnificence poised at the edge of decline, beauty conscious of impermanence. The Vinkovci Treasure also reshaped understanding of Roman provincial life. Far from being peripheral, regions like Pannonia, modern Croatia and Hungary were deeply integrated into imperial culture. The sophistication of the silverware proves that luxury was not confined to Rome or Constantinople. Wealth flowed along trade routes, carried by merchants and officials who maintained cosmopolitan tastes even far from the capital. The discovery thus dissolves the boundary between center and frontier, showing that refinement thrived wherever Rome's influence reached. Some scholars suggest the treasure might have been connected to imperial administration. Given Sibali's association with the emperors Valentinian and Valens, the villa could have belonged to a member of their court or military circle. If true, the hoard represents not just private wealth, but a fragment of political history, a tangible remnant of those who once ruled a fracturing empire. In recent years, advanced imaging has revealed traces of gilded inscriptions invisible to the naked eye. One plate carries faint lettering interpreted as part of a dedication to Virtus et Concordia, courage and harmony. Whether personal motto or public message, the phrase encapsulates the paradox of its time, aspiration amid instability. Standing before the collection today, it's difficult to separate art from circumstance. Each piece gleams with perfection, yet each was created in an age of uncertainty. Together, they form a meditation on endurance through change. The hands that shaped them are long gone, but their intention to capture grace, order, and meaning remains palpable. When visitors leave the exhibit, they often remark on the light. The silver catches and reflects it in shifting tones, sometimes bright, sometimes subdued, mirroring the way history itself alternates between revelation and obscurity. The treasure's rediscovery invites reflection on what else might lie buried, not only in soil, but in archives, traditions, and forgotten corners of the world. The Vinkovci Hoard, though rooted in a specific place and time, belongs to a universal story, the human desire to create beauty even as uncertainty looms. It reminds us that the artifacts we uncover are not merely remnants of wealth, but expressions of resilience. Through them, we glimpse how people once sought permanence in craftsmanship, believing that skill and artistry could outlast empire. Today, the treasure resides safely in Zagreb, displayed with controlled lighting that softens its brilliance into a quiet glow. The silver surfaces reflect the faces of visitors leaning close, merging past and present in the mirror of metal. The owner who buried it never returned, but in a sense, the act of concealment achieved its purpose: preservation. The hoard survived fire, invasion, and time itself to tell its story. As the gallery lights dim at closing hour, the vessels rest again in darkness, their designs barely visible until morning. It feels appropriate, a pause between ages, a reminder that discovery is never final. Somewhere, perhaps nearby, other treasures remain buried, waiting for their turn to speak, carrying within them the same fragile blend of fear, beauty, and hope that once led someone long ago to trust the earth with silver. At first, it looks nothing more than a dense canopy, a tangle of green covering the eastern slopes of the Andes, where clouds settle low and rivers coil through ravines. But when the pulses of laser light cut through that green wall, the jungle opened like a curtain. Beneath the surface appeared shapes no eye had seen in centuries: circles, terraces, stairways, and the faint geometry of walls carved into the mountainside. The screen lit up with data points, hundreds of them, forming outlines of buildings hidden for ages. Archaeologists studying the region of Gran Pajatén, deep in Peru's tropical highlands, stared in silence as the map unfolded. In a few minutes of LiDAR scanning, they had discovered over 100 unknown structures scattered across an area long thought to hold only a handful of ruins. The lost city of the Chachapoya civilization was no longer a single site. It was a landscape. Gran Pajatén had already carried an air of mystery since its rediscovery in the 20th century. Perched more than 9,000 feet above sea level, it sits between cloud forest and mountain ridge, where mists drift like slow rivers across cliffs. The first explorers who reached it in the 1960s found circular stone buildings covered in intricate mosaics of birds and warriors, their walls lined with figures in relief. The site appeared so elaborate, so remote, that some called it a Machu Picchu of the north. Yet even then, its isolation hindered study. Trails vanished beneath vines, and constant rain eroded paths faster than they could be cleared. For decades, Gran Pajatén remained only partially documented, a glimpse of the Chachapoya, the warriors of the clouds, whose kingdom thrived before the Incas. That began to change when modern technology entered the story. In recent years, archaeologists turned to LiDAR, light detection and ranging, a tool that sends laser pulses from aircraft to measure distances and reveal ground features beneath vegetation. When used across the slopes around Gran Pajatén, the results were staggering. What appeared to be a single ceremonial center was surrounded by an entire network of settlements. Over 100 previously unknown structures emerged from the data: terraces, platforms, causeways, and circular dwellings linked by faint roads. Some rose along ridges, others clustered near streams, their arrangement following both geography and design. The Chachapoya had not built a city, they had built a civilization etched into the mountains themselves. The LiDAR data revealed something else: scale. The surveyed region covered roughly 40 square kilometers of rugged terrain, every rise and valley dotted with man-made forms. Patterns suggested agricultural zones, lines of terraces descending into the cloud forest, and defensive walls positioned at narrow passes. Some structures reached diameters of 15 meters, consistent with large communal halls. Others were smaller, likely homes or storage chambers. The images transformed understanding of the Chachapoya, once thought to be scattered highland tribes. They were, instead, urban planners adapting architecture to impossible landscapes. Archaeologists described the discovery as a quiet revolution. For years, the Chachapoya had lived in the shadow of the Inca narrative, mentioned mainly as the people conquered by them in the 15th century. Historical records from Spanish chroniclers painted them as fierce but elusive, masters of mountain fortresses like Cuelap and Gran Pajatén. Yet those accounts came from outsiders who saw only fragments. The new evidence showed a society more complex than legend allowed, connected, hierarchical, and enduring. The terrain of Chachapoya country shapes every aspect of its history. These mountains rise abruptly from the Amazon basin, carved by fog and rainfall. Visibility shifts by the minute. Sound carries strangely through the valleys. It's easy to imagine entire towns disappearing into mist for centuries, unnoticed even by those who live nearby. Local farmers long spoke of stone walls hidden in the forest, of terraces overgrown with orchids. When LiDAR confirmed those tales, it felt like the landscape itself was remembering. At the heart of this rediscovered network lies the known site of Gran Pajatén, whose artistry set it apart even among Andean ruins. Its circular buildings are decorated with stone mosaics depicting falcons, human faces, and geometric bands. The precision is extraordinary, small slabs arranged into repeating patterns that shimmer under sunlight. The structures rise on terraces connected by narrow stairways that cling to steep slopes. Archaeologists believe it served as a ceremonial or administrative hub, perhaps a pilgrimage site linking multiple communities. But until the LiDAR survey, no one realized how many communities that might have been. Dating the broader network is ongoing, but radiocarbon tests from nearby sites suggest most construction occurred between 900 and 1500 CE, centuries before the Spanish arrival. The Chachapoya built primarily in stone, using local schist carefully fitted without mortar. Their circular architecture contrasts sharply with the rectangular style of the Inca, though later influences show blending as the empires intersected. Some of the newly detected sites contain hybrid layouts, Chachapoya forms with Inca-style terraces, implying occupation through periods of conquest and adaptation. Beyond architectural curiosity lies the question of motive. Why build so high in such remote and unforgiving terrain? The answer may lie in environment and defense. The eastern Andes offered refuge from both lowland diseases and imperial expansion. The Chachapoya used altitude as protection, constructing settlements along ridges that could be easily guarded. The dense forest acted as a natural barrier, isolating them, yet preserving autonomy. The discovery of so many hidden structures suggests not a civilization in retreat, but one deliberately invisible, thriving in seclusion, leaving traces only where necessary. The LiDAR imagery changed more than maps, it changed perception of time. Archaeologists could now trace the expansion and contraction of settlements across centuries. Some sites clustered around fertile terraces, suggesting agricultural intensification. Others showed evidence of abandonment, their layouts disrupted by landslides or forest encroachment. From above, the data resembled a breathing organism: growth, collapse, regeneration. The Chachapoya were not static. They adapted continuously to climate and terrain. What emerged most strikingly from analysis was organization. Roads linked major centers in near-linear routes, despite steep geography. Reservoirs and canals hinted at water management systems. The presence of communal plazas suggested political coordination, perhaps a federation of allied groups rather than a single monarchy. This aligns with the limited Spanish accounts describing the Chachapoya as numerous provinces under shared customs. Their unity, it seems, was cultural rather than imperial, maintained through architecture, ritual, and shared iconography rather than conquest. Excavations following the LiDAR survey uncovered details invisible from the air. In several newly mapped sites, archaeologists found fragments of ceramics decorated with red and black designs, similar to those at Gran Pajatén. These motifs often depict serpents and birds, symbols associated with transition between worlds in Andean belief. In one structure, a carved stone slab showed paired spirals, perhaps representing clouds or duality, recurring themes in Chachapoya art. Such finds reinforce the idea of continuity across the region, a shared symbolic language spanning miles of forest. LiDAR's revelation also rekindled debate about the relationship between the Chachapoya and the Inca Empire. When the Incas expanded northward in the 15th century, they encountered resistance in these mountains. The Chachapoya fought fiercely but were eventually absorbed. Their leaders relocated to distant provinces as part of Inca policy, yet traces of Chachapoya culture persisted within the empire, influencing pottery, textile patterns, and architectural techniques. The discovery of extensive pre-Inca settlements now reframes that encounter. It suggests the Inca conquered not isolated hill tribes, but a sophisticated network with infrastructure rivaling their own. Beyond history, the rediscovery carries an emotional weight. For local communities descending from Chachapoya ancestry, these mountains are ancestral ground. Oral traditions speak of cities eaten by the forest, where ancestors watch over the living. The LiDAR data validates those memories in a literal sense. The forest did not destroy their cities, it protected them. When modern archaeologists show villagers the three-dimensional renderings, some react with quiet pride, recognizing terrain they know by instinct but had never seen revealed so completely. Fieldwork in such terrain remains grueling. Researchers hike for hours through rain-soaked slopes carrying equipment, marking coordinates under constant drizzle. The humidity corrodes tools, and vegetation regrows within weeks. Yet the promise of discovery keeps them returning. Each new excavation yields pottery shards, bone fragments, or stone tools that refine chronology. Drones now complement LiDAR, capturing high-resolution imagery for digital reconstruction. Layer by layer, the invisible is becoming tangible. The implications extend far beyond Peru. LiDAR has rewritten archaeology worldwide, from the Maya lowlands of Guatemala to the Angkor complex in Cambodia, and Gran Pajatén joins that revolution. It demonstrates how much of human history remains hidden not by distance but by vegetation. The forest conceals, but it also preserves. Beneath roots and moss, entire cities wait intact, spared from looting precisely because they were forgotten. Scholars studying the Chachapoya describe their architecture as stone woven like fabric. Walls often incorporate patterns resembling textiles, with interlaced motifs carved directly into masonry. This fusion of art and engineering gives their buildings a unique rhythm, both sturdy and graceful. Some of the newly discovered structures follow that same aesthetic, confirming cultural coherence across large distances. The artisans of these mountains did not merely build, they composed. Radiocarbon samples from organic residue suggest phases of occupation spanning several hundred years. Some sites predate the main Gran Pajatén complex, hinting that the ceremonial center evolved from older settlements. This gradual layering reflects continuity rather than sudden expansion. Even after Inca incorporation, parts of the network remained active, possibly as pilgrimage routes. To walk those paths now, reconstructed through LiDAR, is to trace footsteps that connect prehistory with empire and beyond. What makes Gran Pajatén particularly intriguing is its geographical position between the high Andes and the Amazon basin. It functioned as a bridge between ecosystems, facilitating exchange of crops, goods, and ideas. Maize, coca, and tropical fruits moved upward, obsidian and textiles moved down. The rediscovered sites show storage facilities large enough to support such trade. The Chachapoya may have been intermediaries between mountain and jungle worlds. Their wealth derived from connection rather than conquest. The precision of LiDAR allows archaeologists to reconstruct how these settlements looked in life. Digital renderings show tiered terraces glinting in sunlight, circular houses with thatched roofs, and plazas paved with flat stones. From above, they resemble constellations anchored to Earth, clusters of geometry mirroring the skies their builders observed. Astronomy likely guided their design. Certain structures align with solstice sunrise angles, linking ritual and season. The discovery of multiple observatory-like towers across the landscape strengthens that theory. For researchers, the challenge now is preservation. The same remoteness that protected these sites also makes them vulnerable to deforestation and illegal excavation. Logging and agriculture continue to press against forest boundaries. To safeguard what the lasers revealed, Peru's Ministry of Culture is developing conservation zones where excavation will proceed under strict oversight. Local communities are included as stewards, combining scientific and indigenous perspectives. The rediscovery thus becomes not only a matter of archaeology, but of cultural renewal. Among the most evocative finds within the expanded Gran Pajatén region are fragments of mural plaster painted in red and ochre. One piece shows a row of stylized faces framed by zigzag lines, perhaps representing ancestors or guardians. Another depicts birds in flight, wings stretched across curved walls, echoing the living eagles that still glide above the valleys. The preservation of pigment in such humidity astonished conservators. It means that entire murals may remain intact under vegetation, awaiting careful excavation. The scale of the discovery challenges the conventional timeline of Andean urbanism. For decades, scholars emphasized coastal civilizations like the Moche or the highland empires of the Inca. The eastern Andes were considered peripheral, their dense forests seen as barriers rather than heartlands. Now, with hundreds of structures mapped, that perception reverses. The forested slopes emerge as centers of innovation, where architecture merged with ecology, where people shaped environment without erasing it. Each new survey adds nuance. Some clusters show defensive walls thick enough to resist siege, while others appear purely ceremonial. Certain terraces align to water channels, suggesting hydroengineering to prevent erosion. Even at their most remote, the Chachapoya understood sustainability as intimately as survival. Their world was not built against nature, but within it. Standing at one of the excavated viewpoints today, archaeologists describe a peculiar sensation. The landscape hums with insects and distant thunder. Mist drifts across ruins, obscuring them for moments before parting again. Beneath that shifting veil lies the vastness LiDAR unveiled. Villages, terraces, sanctuaries, and homes, all layered into the mountains like memory. To know they exist yet remain unseen creates a strange duality, discovery mixed with humility. The findings around Gran Pajatén remind us that disappearance does not mean destruction. Civilizations fade into forests, not because they failed, but because the world changes. What survives is not always stone or text, but placement, how a people arranged their world. The Chachapoya placed theirs high in the clouds, and from there it returned to Earth only when technology learned to see through leaves. As researchers continue to analyze data, they suspect the mapped sites represent only a fraction of what lies hidden. The surrounding valleys remain largely unexplored, their ridges still thick with canopy. If the pattern holds, hundreds more structures may wait beyond the current perimeter, extending the known boundaries of Chachapoya influence deep into uncharted terrain. For now, the rediscovery of Gran Pajatén's hidden network stands as a reminder of how fragile historical certainty can be. Each laser pulse that pierced the jungle stripped away assumptions as effectively as vegetation. What once seemed remote and isolated now appears central, a vibrant civilization obscured not by time's cruelty, but by nature's embrace. When night falls over the Andes, the forest turns black and alive with sound. Somewhere within that darkness lie walls still standing, carved stones still bearing the touch of their makers. The LiDAR maps glow softly on computer screens miles away, translating light into memory. The people who built Gran Pajatén may never have imagined their city would sleep beneath trees for 1,000 years, yet their design ensured endurance. The jungle took back their world, but only to keep it safe. Now, revealed once more, the Chachapoya speak again, not through words, but through patterns of terraces and circles that reappear as the clouds part, reminding us that even the densest forest cannot completely erase human presence. When conservators at a small museum in Lima first examined the bundle, they thought it was a typical Khipu, a knotted string device used by the Inca to record information. Hundreds of examples exist across the Andes, most made of twisted camelid fiber, wool from alpacas or llamas, dyed in subtle hues of brown and red. But as they began cleaning the cords and checking the fibers under magnification, something about this one felt different. The strands were finer, softer, and slightly irregular. Under the microscope, the truth appeared unmistakable. The fibers were not animal, they were human. The discovery startled the researchers. A Khipu made from human hair was unheard of. For centuries, these devices had been understood as instruments of administration, tools used to record tribute, census data, and inventories for the sprawling Inca Empire. They were the spreadsheets of a world without writing, their knots representing units, numbers, and categories that trained specialists known as Khipukamayuk could read. But this one didn't fit that logic. Its base cord measured barely 20 centimeters, and its pendant strands, fewer than 20 in number, were far too thin to carry practical data. Instead of wool, the cords were braided from strands of dark human hair, woven so tightly they almost shone. Whoever made it had taken extraordinary care. The object was first catalogued decades earlier, misidentified among a collection of textile fragments from the highlands. Only recent analysis revealed its composition. Carbon dating placed it between 1400 and 1500 CE, squarely within the height of the Inca Empire. Chemical tests confirmed that the hair came from multiple individuals, likely women, judging by strand thickness and pigmentation. Some fibers bore traces of mineral residue, perhaps from dyes or ceremonial handling. What had once seemed a curiosity now appeared to be something intimate, symbolic, and entirely unique. The Inca world revolved around connection. Mountains, rivers, people, and gods were bound together by a network of relationships, mirrored in both landscape and administration. Roads linked cities, cords linked ideas. A Khipu was not just a record, but a metaphor, knowledge encoded as knots along threads that connected the empire. To create one from human hair seemed to literalize that philosophy, transforming the body itself into a medium of record. Each strand represented not merely data, but identity. The structure of the artifact was consistent with known Khipu conventions, a main cord from which pendant cords descended, some branching further into subsidiary strings. Each knot followed recognizable patterns, single loops, long knots, and figure eights arranged in deliberate sequence. Yet the meaning remains elusive. Scholars who study Khipu decoding, an emerging field combining linguistics, mathematics, and archaeology, note that certain arrangements may encode syllables or even names. If that's true, this Khipu could represent more than accounting. It could be a personal narrative, a dedication, or a memorial. The fact that it was made from human hair only deepens the enigma. In Andean cosmology, hair carried spiritual significance. It was thought to contain a person's essence, linking the physical and the spiritual self. Locks of hair were offered to deities or buried with the dead as tokens of continuity between life and afterlife. To weave multiple people's hair into a single object would have united them symbolically. Perhaps a family, a lineage, or participants in a ritual oath. The Khipu, then, may have been an instrument of remembrance rather than administration, recording relationships rather than numbers. When analyzed under ultraviolet light, the strands revealed faint staining consistent with red ochre. In Inca ritual, ochre was the color of vitality and transformation, used to paint both sacred objects and the faces of the deceased. Its presence on the Khipu suggests ceremonial use, possibly funerary. It may have been placed in a burial, later separated from its context by looters or erosion. Many Inca tombs were disturbed during colonial times, their artifacts dispersed into collections without provenance. That this Khipu survived at all is remarkable, given the fragility of its material. Traditional Khipus served the empire's bureaucracy, but they were also instruments of storytelling. Chroniclers after the Spanish conquest described how Khipukamayuk could read histories aloud from them, recounting genealogies and myths. Their system blended numeric precision with oral memory, binding abstraction to human experience. A Khipu made from hair seems designed to amplify that connection, to anchor memory literally within human remains. It blurs the line between text and relic. For modern scholars, the discovery poses both challenge and opportunity. Deciphering Khipus is notoriously complex. Fewer than 1,000 survive, and no definitive key to their code has been found. Some patterns correlate to base 10 numeration, others to administrative categories or personal identifiers. In this case, the unusual material and limited number of chords make mathematical decoding unlikely. Instead, researchers turn to context and symbolism. If it was created for ritual, the sequence of knots may follow ceremonial logic rather than arithmetic order. Perhaps each knot represents a person, an offering, or a prayer. The hair itself offers a human dimension rarely preserved in archaeology. Genetic analysis of micro-residues could, in theory, reveal ancestry, diet, or health of the individuals whose hair was used. Preliminary sampling suggests highland origin, consistent with populations from the Cusco region or adjacent valleys. The diversity of pigmentation, ranging from near black to chestnut brown, indicates contributions from several people. In a culture that prized communal identity, this collective material may have carried profound meaning. To appreciate what this object represents, one must understand the role of quipus in Inca thought. They were not passive records, but living instruments of communication. Each knot captured a moment of action, tribute received, harvest counted, life commemorated. Trained officials memorized not only the knots, but the stories attached to them, allowing information to travel across the empire's vast road system without written words. When the Spaniards arrived in the 16th century, they were astonished by the precision of this method. One chronicler remarked that the Inca kept accounts with knots as clearly as we with letters. Yet the conquest nearly erased the practice. Spanish authorities viewed quipus with suspicion, associating them with idolatry and rebellion. Thousands were burned in colonial purges. Only fragments survived, often hidden in remote villages. The human hair Khipu likely escaped destruction because its material disguised it. It might have been mistaken for a relic or personal adornment. Ironically, its very strangeness preserved it. When news of its discovery reached the wider academic community, debate ignited. Was it truly Inca, or perhaps pre-Inca, belonging to earlier Andean cultures that used similar knotted cords? Microscopic comparison of knot style places it firmly within late imperial patterns. Yet its use of human hair remains singular. Some suggested it was created post-conquest, as indigenous artisans adapted ancestral forms into Christianized relics. Others saw continuity, a final, intimate expression of Inca cosmology before the system vanished. One hypothesis links it to ancestral veneration rituals practiced throughout the Andes. In such ceremonies, families kept mummies of ancestors, dressing and consulting them on important occasions. Offerings of food, textiles, and hair were common. A small quipu made from human hair could have been placed with such a mummy as a symbolic dialogue, a record of lineage binding the living to the dead. Each knot might represent a descendant or event, a tactile genealogy preserving connection through time. The aesthetic quality of the piece supports a ritual interpretation. Its chords are evenly spaced and symmetrically arranged, suggesting deliberate composition rather than hurried utility. The knots form rhythmic intervals, almost musical in their regularity. Some pendants are doubled, their ends tied together to form loops, a feature absent from administrative examples, but common in Andean ritual cords used for binding or offering. Holding it, one senses the care behind every twist, the intention behind every knot. In the controlled air of the conservation lab, the quipu looks deceptively fragile, yet its structure is resilient. Hair resists decay better than most organic materials, its keratin preserving microscopic traces of life. Under magnification, salt crystals glint along some strands, residue from sweat perhaps, or from the mountain air where it was made. Each detail narrows the distance between artifact and individual. Unlike monumental ruins or stone carvings, this is an object made from bodies, for remembrance. To the Inca, such material intimacy was not unusual. They saw continuity between self and world, between human and natural realms. Gold embodied sunlight, feathers carried sky, hair linked person to lineage. The empire's grandeur coexisted with deep attention to the human scale. Even administrative quipus embodied empathy, a recognition that order begins with relationships. The hair quipu takes that idea to its extreme, converting personal substance into communal record. Modern attempts to reconstruct quipu language often focus on binary contrasts: color, twist direction, knot type, and position. These variables could encode complex meaning. Some researchers propose that quipus functioned as both numbers and syllables, a hybrid script combining mathematics and narrative. If true, the human hair quipu could hold linguistic information, a poem or invocation preserved in tactile form. But without a living quipucamayuk to interpret it, its voice remains mute. The very code that once united an empire now lies at the threshold of decipherment, tantalizing but incomplete. Still, the object invites reflection beyond language. In a sense, it communicates without translation. To weave human hair into a record is to acknowledge mortality while resisting it. The hair does not decay like flesh, it persists, holding presence long after life. The quipu may therefore embody remembrance not as static memorial, but as enduring connection, a message from ancestors continuing to speak through material continuity. The museum where it resides has chosen to display it minimally, under low light within a sealed case. No digital replicas, no magnified projections, just the object, small and precise, its cords suspended like fine lines of shadow. Visitors often lean close, expecting wool, and recoil gently when they read the label. Human hair, Inca, 15th century. The realization changes everything. What seemed abstract becomes intimate, almost uncomfortable, yet deeply moving. The artifact has inspired collaborations between archaeologists and descendants of Andean communities. In villages across Peru, artisans still create cords for festivals, braiding alpaca wool into symbolic knots representing offerings to mountain deities. When they learned of the human hair Khipu, many saw continuity rather than anomaly. Some elders explained that hair offerings persist today, cuttings placed at sacred springs or bound into ritual cords during sowing ceremonies. To them, the ancient Khipu feels familiar, a bridge linking present ritual to ancestral practice. From a scientific standpoint, the discovery expands the boundaries of what counts as text. The Inca did not separate emotion from record or identity from data. Every Khipu was both ledger and story, shaped by the hands of those who remembered. The human hair example crystallizes that unity. It is at once document, relic, and art, an embodiment of communication that transcends speech. Researchers continue to test the artifact with non-invasive imaging. Micro-CT scans reveal knot tension patterns suggesting intentional variation in pressure, possibly a tactile code distinct from visual sequence. If true, it implies a multi-dimensional language, one that could be felt as well as seen. Imagine messages meant not for eyes but for touch, read by running fingers along strands of another person's hair. Few artifacts bring us closer to the physicality of ancient knowledge. What strikes observers most is the sense of empathy the object evokes. Unlike monumental ruins or gilded idols, this is a fragment of humanity turned into structure. It embodies both fragility and endurance, personal and collective memory intertwined. Each knot may once have represented a heartbeat, a prayer, or a vow whispered before being sealed into fiber. In recent years, Peru's cultural authorities have considered repatriating the piece to its region of origin once precise provenance is confirmed. Local Quechua-speaking communities have expressed willingness to care for it as part of their heritage, viewing it not as relic but as ancestor. For them, the act of returning it to highland air would restore balance. The hair of ancestors reunited with the mountains that nourished them. What future researchers will learn from it remains uncertain. Perhaps a pattern in its knots will one day align with a known Khipu corpus, unlocking a fragment of lost language. Perhaps it will remain indecipherable, valued not for what it says but for what it represents, the persistence of human connection through material form. Either outcome feels fitting. The Inca saw time as circular, not linear. Meaning could vanish and reappear like the sun over mountains, always returning in another form. Today, as light glances across its fine cords, the human hair Khipu offers a rare intimacy with the past. It reminds us that the boundary between person and artifact can blur, that sometimes history is not written on stone or parchment but woven from what people leave behind of themselves. Its knots may be unreadable, but their presence speaks in another way. Of care, of continuity, of lives bound together by threads that refuse to break, even when empires did. Hungarian archaeologists first arrived on the basalt slopes of Somló hill, expecting little more than remnants of old Iron Age fortifications. The hill, an extinct volcano rising abruptly from the plains of western Hungary, had long been known for its panoramic vineyards and medieval ruins. Yet, as excavators scraped through layers of hardened soil and ash, they started uncovering a pattern that defied any conventional settlement logic. Dozens of metal objects buried deliberately in tight clusters, bronze tools, twisted swords, shattered ornaments, and even ingots of raw copper. Each find was corroded but unmistakably intentional, as if someone had hidden wealth not for retrieval, but for offering. Over time, the count rose from dozens to hundreds. These were not random scatterings left by trade or warfare. The distribution was too careful. The deposits appeared in pits and cracks between volcanic stones, sometimes wrapped in fragments of pottery or animal bone. Radiocarbon tests of organic material nearby placed them between 1200 and 800 BCE, bridging the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, a period of transition that reshaped Central Europe. Yet what intrigued scholars most was the choice of location. Somló Hill, with its sharp basalt cliffs and isolated peak, showed no sign of permanent habitation from that era. People had journeyed there only to bury metal. At first glance, it resembled a hoard site, the kind of cache ancient metalworkers might bury for safekeeping during uncertain times. But hoards tend to cluster near settlements or trade routes. Somló stood apart, an isolated cone surrounded by farmland, its steep slopes unsuitable for agriculture. Archaeologists soon recognized a deeper pattern. Each deposit seemed positioned according to natural fissures in the volcanic rock, as if guided by an underlying structure. The arrangement was ritual, not economic. The discovery began humbly, during a small-scale excavation in the 1970s. Local farmers had been finding stray bronze fragments for years while planting vines, often melting them down or discarding them as curiosities. When systematic digs began, they revealed a complex stratigraphy, successive layers of deposition spanning centuries. Some pits contained tools bent out of shape before burial, a gesture common in sacrificial contexts across Europe. Metallurgical analysis showed that the objects had been smelted from ores, sourced both locally and from distant alpine regions, suggesting trade networks and shared rituals among scattered cultures. What kind of ceremony required the deliberate burial of metal? The answer may lie in the very nature of Somló itself. The hill is a volcanic relic, its cone formed from basalt flows that hardened millions of years ago. To Bronze Age peoples, such formations were alive with meaning, sites where the Earth's fiery interior once met the open air. Metal, too, came from beneath the earth, extracted through heat and transformation. To bury worked metal back into volcanic ground may have symbolized a cyclical exchange, giving the forged back to the fire that birthed it. The hypothesis of a metallurgical cult soon took shape. Across Eurasia, traces of similar practices appear. Ritual pits filled with tools, weapons, and ornaments deliberately broken or burned before burial. At Somló, the sheer volume of deposits, over 200 documented by the early 21st century, suggests an organized system rather than isolated acts. Each deposit seems to mark participation in communal offerings, possibly tied to seasonal gatherings or initiation rites for metalworkers. One of the most remarkable finds came from the hill's mid-slope, where excavators unearthed a cache of bronze axes arranged in a fan-like pattern. The blades faced outward, their handles interlocked as though forming a circle. Nearby lay slag and fragments of crucibles, evidence of smelting on site. The configuration seemed symbolic, evoking both weaponry and the sun, a motif common in Bronze Age iconography. To those who forged them, these objects were more than tools. They embodied power drawn from the Earth's fiery core. Over time, as bronze gave way to iron, the rituals changed but did not vanish. Later deposits contained iron sickles and spearheads, mixed with remnants of earlier bronze items. This overlap hints at continuity between technological ages, a cultural thread binding generations of metallurgists. The transition from bronze to iron was not merely a shift in material. It was a transformation of worldview. Iron, darker and harder, may have carried different symbolic weight. Perhaps the cult sought to appease forces unleashed by this new metal, returning offerings to the same volcanic earth that once gave them copper and tin. The chemical composition of the artifacts reveals a high degree of craftsmanship. Bronze items show precise alloy ratios, often around 10% tin, producing consistent hardness. Some objects were deliberately overworked, beaten, folded, and reheated until cracks formed, then buried while still warm. Such treatment would have rendered them useless for practical purposes but spiritually potent. In other sites across Europe, similar deactivation rituals are known, where valuable items are intentionally destroyed to release their essence to the divine. Archaeologists studying Somló note the absence of everyday refuse. There are no domestic remains, no hearths, post holes, or food waste. Every deposit is purposeful. Even the ceramics found nearby differ from settlement pottery, featuring simplified decoration or rough surfaces. Some appear to have served as containers for molten offerings, possibly metals poured in liquid form. The mixture of materials, slag, ore, and finished tools, suggests that the rituals encompassed the entire cycle of metallurgy, from raw extraction to final casting. One particular deposit contained a curious anomaly, a small lump of copper alloy shaped roughly like a human figure, no more than 5 centimeters tall. Its surface bore incised lines resembling arms and a head. Chemical testing showed traces of gold gilding, now faint but visible under microscope. Whether idol or symbolic casting, it stands as one of the earliest anthropomorphic representations found at the site. To those who buried it, the gesture may have symbolized the unity of human and elemental creation, the craftsman merging with his material. The notion of a metal cult may sound speculative, yet it finds resonance across Bronze Age Europe. From the Carpathian Basin to Scandinavia, hoards of weapons and ornaments appear buried in lakes, bogs, and mountaintops, places viewed as thresholds between worlds. Metal was the mediator between human and divine, born from the earth but shaped by fire and will. Somló Hill, a dormant volcano, represented that duality perfectly. To stand upon it was to stand between realms, earth, fire, and sky converging. Geological surveys of the hill reveal numerous natural fissures that extend deep into basalt columns. Many deposits align precisely with these cracks, as if ancient metallurgists sought them deliberately. Some pits show signs of heat exposure, the stones reddened from controlled fires. It is possible that rituals involved lighting furnaces or open flames directly over buried offerings, symbolically reawakening the volcano's power. Local folklore, preserved through centuries, echoes remnants of these ideas. Medieval chronicles mention Somló as a place where metals slept, and later legends claimed that blacksmiths could hear singing stones on its slopes. Such tales, though altered by time, preserve the association between the hill and metallurgical mystery. Even today, locals speak of a peculiar hum that rises from the basalt cliffs when the wind sweeps through fissures, a natural phenomenon, but one that would have captivated ancient minds. Among the most revealing discoveries was a concentration of metal fragments arranged along the hill's summit ridge, forming a rough spiral pattern spanning several meters. Embedded within were pieces of bronze torques, coiled bracelets, and sickles, each intentionally snapped. The spiral, a recurring motif in Bronze Age art, symbolized cycles of creation and destruction, perhaps reflecting the forge's eternal rhythm. Radiocarbon dates clustered around 900 BCE, aligning with a broader regional pattern of votive deposition during times of environmental stress and societal change. The metallurgical analysis of slag and crucible fragments indicates that actual smelting occurred on Somló, though at small scale. Furnaces built from basalt and clay would have harnessed natural updrafts along the slope, turning the hill itself into a breathing forge. When smelting ended, residues were not discarded but treated as sacred remains. Some were mixed with soil and reburied, a ritual recycling of the forge's essence. To the practitioners, metalworking was not a trade but a form of communion with the earth's inner fire. Archaeologists have proposed that such rituals may have reinforced social hierarchy. The act of transforming raw ore into shimmering bronze was viewed as quasi-divine, granting smiths both reverence and fear. They commanded invisible forces, fire, air, and mineral, to create objects of beauty and power. Offering metal back to the earth could have been an act of humility, a way to balance human mastery with cosmic debt. Somló, remote and awe-inspiring, provided the perfect stage for such ceremonies. Comparative finds from nearby sites strengthen this interpretation. At the mountain of Gellert Hill near Budapest, smaller deposits of bronze tools show similar treatment, bending, fragmentation, and burial along ridgelines, yet Somló's scale remains unmatched. It is as though the entire hill functioned as a sanctuary, a metallurgical cathedral without walls, where each deposit marked an altar to the forces of transformation. The discovery also illuminates the psychological landscape of the late Bronze Age. Across Europe, this era witnessed profound transitions, trade routes shifting, settlements consolidating, and technologies evolving. The old networks of bronze production, dependent on distant tin sources, were faltering. Iron's rise disrupted established economies. In such moments of uncertainty, rituals often intensify. People turn to sacred acts to preserve cosmic order amid change. The offerings at Somló may represent collective anxiety transmuted into devotion. Yet not all deposits were grand or public. Some consisted of only a single item, a broken knife or pin, tucked carefully into a crevice. These personal offerings hint at individual participation within larger ceremonies. Each depositor, whether craftsman or pilgrim, may have sought favor from the same elemental powers that governed the forge: heat, metal, transformation. The site's continued use into the early Iron Age shows remarkable continuity. Even as weapons evolved from bronze to iron, the ritual impulse persisted. A later deposit contained iron tools arranged beside older bronze ornaments, as if bridging two worlds. It suggests that technological change did not erase belief, it reinterpreted it. Metal remained sacred, regardless of its composition. Modern excavations employ geochemical mapping to trace soil composition across the hill. Elevated levels of copper and tin residues correspond precisely to deposit areas, forming a halo around the summit. This pattern reinforces the theory of ritual smelting, possibly seasonal, followed by burial of waste and tools as sacred byproducts. The process itself, heating, melting, pouring, cooling, may have been staged as performance, a reenactment of creation. No human burials accompany the offerings, but animal bones, mainly cattle and sheep, appear nearby, showing signs of deliberate burning. Feasting may have followed ceremonies, with participants consuming offerings to share in the metal's power before consigning it to the earth. These acts bound community, craft, and cosmos in a single ritual cycle. The most recent excavations, conducted with ground-penetrating radar, revealed even deeper deposits unreachable without disturbing bedrock. These anomalies suggest the existence of earlier phases of activity, possibly dating back to the Middle Bronze Age. Somló's significance may thus stretch across nearly a millennium, its rituals evolving with each generation while preserving the same core idea that creation demands return. Today, visitors climbing the basalt slopes see only vineyards, a medieval castle ruin, and the broad Hungarian sky. Few realize that underfoot lies a palimpsest of metallurgy and faith, a sacred geography where people once spoke to the earth through metal. Each offering was a dialogue between human fire and volcanic stone, between transformation and surrender. The Somló finds are now housed in Hungarian museums, displayed behind glass. Axes, bracelets, and tools once buried to be unseen. Their surfaces, mottled with green patina, still catch the light faintly, like cooled embers. For archaeologists, they are data points. For those who shaped and buried them, they were living offerings, tokens of respect to powers that forged both mountains and men. Even after decades of study, Somló refuses to reveal all its secrets. No written texts accompany it, no myths preserved in direct form. What remains is the pattern. Metal returned to stone, time after time, over centuries. Each act speaks silently of continuity, of belief in reciprocity between creator and creation. If one stands on the summit at dusk, the basalt still holds the day's warmth, and the plains spread outward in every direction. The wind moves over the stones with a low resonance, as though the hill remembers its buried metals. In that moment, it's easy to understand why people long ago came here not to live, but to give. What they left behind, hundreds of fragments buried under volcanic rock, remains both archaeological evidence and quiet testimony. It tells us that faith can take the form of craftsmanship, that reverence can be measured not in monuments, but in the act of returning what one has shaped to where it began. Somló Hill may have once glowed red with ritual fires. Now it glows only with sunset, yet the spirit of those offerings lingers, intact as the metals sleeping in its stone heart. The first thing uncovered was not gold, but dirt compacted like stone. Norfolk soil had hidden it well, hard-packed, clay-heavy, layered by centuries of frost and plough. The man who struck it with his spade in 1948 was expecting nothing more remarkable than a few old potsherds or a rusted nail. Instead, when the ground broke open, a dull gleam appeared, something round, coiled, almost serpentine. It was heavy and cold to the touch, its surface patterned by age, its color the soft warmth of deep metal. A torque, golden, twisted and perfectly preserved. He could not have known that this was merely the beginning. Over the months that followed, the field at Snettisham revealed treasure after treasure, hoards layered one above another, as if an ancient ritual had repeated itself through time. By the end of the excavations, archaeologists would lift from that Norfolk earth more than 170 torques, dozens of ingots, coiled bracelets, and rings of astonishing craftsmanship. Some were made of solid gold, others of electrum, that natural blend of gold and silver that glowed pale like sunlight through fog. A few pieces had been deliberately twisted or cut, as though broken in sacrifice. Even today, the Snettisham Hoard remains one of the largest collections of Iron Age gold ever discovered in Europe. It is beautiful, yes, but also strange, mysterious, and heavy with questions that have never found simple answers. The story of this hoard begins long before 1948. Around 2,000 years ago, during the late Iron Age, the land that is now Norfolk was part of the territory of a powerful tribe known as the Iceni. They were farmers, metalworkers, traders, and, as later history would show, fierce defenders of their independence. Centuries before their queen, Boudica, would rise against Rome, their craftsmen were already creating goldwork so intricate that even modern jewelers struggle to replicate it. The torques of Snettisham are unlike anything else from the period. Each was made by twisting thick rods of gold together, sometimes 4, sometimes 8, creating a rope-like band that terminates in cast terminals. Decorated ends shaped with spirals, ridges, and sometimes stylized faces. The craftsmanship required precise heat control and unbroken focus. Gold is soft, too much pressure and it snaps. Too little and the pattern falters. That these torques survived intact for more than 20 centuries is a testament to their maker's mastery. What makes them all the more remarkable is their quantity. No single burial, no single chieftain's tomb could account for so many. Instead, the hoards were deposited in pits, some as deep as a man's height, each containing a tangled mass of gold and silver objects. In one pit alone, 20 torques had been packed together like coiled snakes. In another, molten droplets and fragments suggested the deliberate melting of ornaments before burial. This was not the accidental hiding of wealth in wartime. It was a ritual, a repeated act of offering. Archaeologists believe the Snettisham hoards were buried between 275 and 60 before the Common Era, during a period of both prosperity and uncertainty in Iron Age Britain. The Iceni lands were rich in grain and livestock, but the world around them was changing. Trade routes stretched across the Channel, continental coins began circulating in Britain, distant wars and shifting alliances reached even this quiet coast. It was an age of both expansion and fear, fertile ground for rituals of protection. Imagine a gathering on a windswept plateau above the sea, the sky heavy with cloud, the ground soft after rain. A circle of people, cloaked and silent, standing around a pit freshly dug. In their hands they hold torques and bracelets, objects not merely of adornment but of identity. Among the Celts, the torque was more than jewelry. It was a symbol of rank, courage, even divine favor. To remove it was to relinquish power. To bury it was to offer something sacred. One by one, they lower the gold into the earth. Perhaps they speak prayers to unseen gods, Taranis the thunderer, Epona the protector of horses, or deities whose names have been lost entirely. The torques are stacked, twisted, some bent or cut, as if to make them unusable by mortals. When the pit is filled, they cover it with soil, tamp it flat, and leave no marker. In time, grass grows over it, then plough, then centuries of silence. When modern excavators reopened those pits, they found not a single hoard, but a sequence of them, suggesting that the same site was used repeatedly across generations. The landscape itself had become sacred, a place where gold vanished into the ground again and again. For decades, scholars have debated what this ritual meant. Was it gratitude after victory, a plea for protection before war, a seasonal offering tied to harvest or fertility, or something more abstract, a tribal tithe to the gods of metal and earth? returning gold to the soil from which it came. No single theory fits all the evidence. The Snettisham talks were not evenly made. Some were crude, others masterpieces. A few appear worn, suggesting years of use. Others were newly forged. This diversity hints that offerings were communal, drawn from many hands, perhaps even from across tribal boundaries. Some historians once suggested that the hoards were buried in fear, hidden from invaders or rival clans. But if that were true, why return again and again to the same field to hide more treasure, never to retrieve it? Fear buries once. Faith buries repeatedly. Among the most striking finds was the so-called Great Talk of Snettisham, now displayed in the British Museum. It is a massive collar of gold weighing over 1 kilogram, its surface chased with intricate Latin patterns, spirals, triscles, and flowing lines that seem to move like water when the light strikes them. The terminals are hollow, cast in perfect symmetry, each ending with a delicate filigree pattern that speaks of extraordinary skill. When viewed up close, the gold seems alive, its curves almost breathing. Chemical analysis later showed that the gold came from multiple sources, some local, some from distant parts of Europe, perhaps even from Ireland or beyond. This suggests trade networks far wider than once believed, linking Celtic Britain to continental cultures through exchange of metal, craftsmanship, and ritual practice. The question then arises, why bury wealth of this scale in a field near the sea, far from any major settlement or fortress? A clue may lie in the landscape itself. The hoards were found near what would once have been an inlet or estuary, an area where land met tidal water. In many ancient religions, boundaries like this carried spiritual significance. Water, in particular, was seen as a bridge between worlds, the living and the divine, the mortal and the ancestral. Across northern Europe, Iron Age peoples deposited offerings into rivers, lakes, and bogs, swords bent double, cauldrons filled with grain, even human remains. Snettisham may represent a variation of this same practice, its gold offerings consigned not to a lake, but to the ground near the shifting edge of the sea. When the first hoard came to light, Britain was still recovering from war. Many of the early excavations were carried out with borrowed tools, in fields that had recently been requisitioned for agriculture. Yet even under those rough conditions, the care taken by archaeologists was meticulous. Each talk was numbered, each pit mapped, each fragment recorded. Their notes describe the soil as dense, reddish-brown clay with streaks of chalk, difficult to dig but excellent for preservation. Over the following decades, additional hoards were found nearby, sometimes by accident, sometimes through targeted surveys. The pattern was unmistakable. Snettisham had not been the site of a single event, but a long-standing ritual landscape. Some estimates suggest that over 15 kilograms of gold and silver were buried across the site. For comparison, that is more gold than many entire Iron Age kingdoms ever minted in coin. The scale of wealth hints at a level of social organization and craftsmanship far beyond what earlier historians assumed for pre-Roman Britain. The Iceni were not isolated tribesmen, they were connected to the larger Celtic world, trading with Gaul, importing luxury goods, and producing art of astonishing refinement. What makes the Snettisham Hoard even more extraordinary is its timing. The later deposits coincide roughly with the rise of Roman influence across southern Britain. Continental goods were flowing in, foreign coinage was appearing, and the political landscape was shifting. It is possible that these final offerings represented acts of resistance, ritual gestures asserting identity against the encroaching tide of change. When Rome finally conquered Britain in 43 of the Common Era, the age of the talk came to an end. Gold no longer served as a tribal symbol, it became imperial currency. Yet something deeper may linger in those buried offerings, a worldview that saw no boundary between wealth and worship, between artistry and devotion. To create a talk was itself an act of reverence, transforming raw gold into something alive with meaning. To bury it was to complete that cycle. In the centuries that followed, knowledge of the hoards faded completely. Farmers ploughed the same fields, unaware that fortunes lay just beneath their feet. Villages rose and fell, the sea crept closer. When the first spade struck gold in 1948, it was not rediscovery so much as a conversation resumed after 2 millennia of silence. Today, the treasures of Snettisham rest behind glass in museums, their surfaces polished and catalogued. Visitors lean close, reading labels, tracing patterns with their eyes. Yet something intangible still clings to them, a sense that they were never meant to be displayed. They were offerings to gods who have no names now, worshipped in ceremonies whose language has been lost. Archaeologists have scanned, weighed, and measured every piece, yet none can say with certainty why those people gave up their gold. Perhaps that unknowing is the point. Some mysteries are not problems to solve, but echoes of belief too old to translate. When viewed under soft light, the talks gleam as if newly forged. The spirals catch reflections of the room, faces of visitors, moving shadows of passers-by, glints of cameras. The modern and the ancient coexist for a brief moment, the gold bridging thousands of years of human thought and emotion. It is easy to imagine the hands that twisted those rods, the breath held steady as the metal cooled, the pride of a craftsman knowing his work would outlast him. Gold is eternal, but meaning is not. What those offerings meant to the Iceni may never be fully known, yet their act, burying beauty for unseen gods, still resonates as something profoundly human. It speaks of reverence, of fear, of hope, of the strange impulse to give up what we value most in exchange for what we cannot see. In that sense, the Snettisham Hoard is more than treasure, it is testimony, not to wealth, but to the human need to reach beyond the tangible. Standing at the edge of that Norfolk field today, you would see nothing remarkable. The wind moves through barley, a few gulls drift overhead, but below the surface lies the trace of something extraordinary, a moment when an entire community turned its riches into prayer. Every talk, every fragment, every grain of gold carries that gesture still. Perhaps that is why the story of Snettisham continues to fascinate. It is not only about what was found, but what was lost, the intention, the ritual, the meaning that time has erased. What remains are objects, mute, perfect, enduring, but behind them hums a question that no amount of excavation can answer. What drives people to bury beauty and never return for it? That question lingers across the ages, untouched by translation or science. It turns the Snettisham Hoard from mere archaeology into something closer to myth, a meeting point between devotion and disappearance. Each talk is a reminder that history is not just what we recover, but what we can never fully explain. The field where it all began is quiet now. The pits are filled, the reports written, the gold displayed under careful light. Yet in that soil, the trace of ancient hands remains, a silent covenant between past and present, between offering and discovery. And somewhere beyond those glass cases, another field waits, its story still buried, its gold untouched, its gods unnamed. A spade struck something that rang instead of thudded. The sound was small, a single note of metal under clay, but it changed the course of that Norfolk field forever. The farmer paused, leaned on his shovel, and scraped the soil away with his boot. What emerged was a twist of yellow metal wound like rope, dull with age, yet unmistakably precious. It had been waiting for 2,000 years. Archaeologists soon descended upon the site, cutting careful trenches through the packed brown earth. As the layers peeled away, they found not one treasure but many, hoards within hoards, each buried at a different moment in time, stacked through centuries like offerings renewed with every generation. From those trenches came talks thick as wrists, bracelets, rings and ingots, more than 170 pieces in all. Some were silver, some bronze, but the finest were gold, metal hammered so thin and twisted so precisely that it seemed almost soft to the touch. The field lay near the village of Snettisham on England's eastern coast. In the late Iron Age, this was Iceni territory, long before the rebellion of their later queen, Boudica. The people here were skilled metalworkers, their art filled with curving lines and spirals that never met or ended, a reflection of the cyclical world they believed they lived in: life, death, renewal, return. Each talk mirrored that belief, a band without beginning or end, encircling the throat of a warrior or a noble as a visible prayer to strength and continuity. Some of the pieces showed deliberate damage, ends twisted, rods bent, edges scored with blades. It looked less like accidental ruin and more like ritual destruction, the kind of breaking meant to release spirit rather than waste wealth. When the Iceni lowered their treasures into the earth, they were not hiding them from enemies. They were giving them to unseen powers beneath the soil. The most remarkable of all was found tangled among others, a massive collar later called the Great Torque of Snettisham. It weighed more than a kilogram. Its braided strands formed from dozens of gold wires fused into a single spiral rope. At each end were hollow terminals chased with delicate designs, arcs, loops, and tiny knobs that catch the light like dew. When polished, it glows not with the raw shine of bullion, but with something deeper, almost alive. To stand before it today in a museum is to feel its gravity, the same reverence that must once have filled the air when it was worn. Yet it was never recovered by its owner. The torque went into the earth as tribute, a permanent surrender of power. Dating these hoards revealed an intriguing pattern. The earliest deposits were made around 275 before the Common Era, the latest perhaps 2 centuries later. Across that span, the same site was visited again and again. Each generation added new gold to the ground, as if the relationship between people and place could only be renewed through repetition. The field became a sacred calendar written in metal. What drove the Iceni to make such offerings remains uncertain. The Iron Age was a time of prosperity for some, anxiety for others. Trade with the continent flourished. Foreign coins reached Britain in growing numbers. Distant conflicts echoed across the Channel. Ritual might have offered reassurance in a world tilting toward change. Burying wealth was a way to speak to the earth itself, to ask that crops thrive, cattle multiply, storms stay away, and ancestors guard their descendants. Imagine the act itself. Dusk settling over the Norfolk plain, the air thick with the smell of peat and smoke. Men and women gather around a pit freshly dug. Torches burn low. One by one, they lift the torques from woven baskets, their surfaces catching the last light of day. A priest murmurs words now lost to time. The gold is lowered slowly, each piece laid atop another until the pit gleams like a fire gone still. Then clay is packed over it, the surface leveled and the spot left unmarked. By dawn, only wind moves across it. The offering is complete. Centuries later, Roman chroniclers would describe the Iceni as proud and wealthy, their warriors decorated with gleaming neck rings. When Rome invaded in 43 of the Common Era, those same ornaments became symbols of defiance. Yet the hoards at Snettisham predate the conquest. They belong to a quieter age, before armies marched across Britain, an era when gold spoke to gods rather than emperors. Modern study of the hoard revealed details invisible to the naked eye. Under magnification, the twisted wires show perfectly uniform pitch, suggesting that craftsmen used wooden jigs or metal forms to keep the strands even as they rotated them. The terminals were cast separately and then soldered to the twisted body, a feat requiring control over heat so precise that a fraction too high would melt the entire piece. These were not crude barbarians shaping metal by luck. They were masters of an advanced art, working without written plans, guided only by memory and tradition. Chemical analysis traced the gold to multiple sources, some local alluvial deposits, others from as far as Wales or Ireland. This diversity implies an extensive network of trade. The Iceni were connected to the wider Celtic world, exchanging goods and ideas long before written history acknowledged such contact. Their artistry linked them to a continental tradition seen from Gaul to the Danube, swirling patterns, flowing symmetry, an aesthetic that valued motion over stillness. Yet for all the technical understanding we now possess, the question of why remains unanswered. Archaeologists have proposed theories that the hoard was a communal treasury, a war chest, or the personal wealth of a chieftain concealed in crisis, but none of those explanations fit the evidence. The repeated burials, the deliberate damage, the absence of retrieval, all point to something more spiritual than economic. These were gifts meant never to return. The soil that preserved them did so by accident of geology. Norfolk's heavy clay, rich in iron and low in oxygen, sealed the gold away from air and water. Over time, the upper layers hardened, creating a natural vault. When the first hoard was uncovered in the mid-20th century, even the archaeologists were astonished at how fresh the metal appeared. The coils slid apart as if newly forged, their surfaces untouched by corrosion. 2 millennia of darkness had left them unaged. Subsequent digs revealed more hoards within a short distance, each in slightly different soil, each with its own pattern of objects. Some pits held talks alone, others included bars of unworked metal, perhaps offerings in raw form. A few contained fragments of tools or weapons. The repetition of certain motifs suggested ritual formula, not random deposits, but ceremonies following a script known only to those who performed them. If we think of the hoard as a message, its language is material rather than verbal. Gold speaks through weight, through the way it catches light, through permanence. To bury it is to speak in silence, to trust that the earth itself will carry the message forward. The Iceni may have believed that the gods lived within the soil, that the ground beneath their feet was alive, listening. Their offerings were conversations with that unseen life. When archaeologists mapped the hoards, they noticed that many aligned roughly along the course of an ancient waterway, now dry, but once a stream flowing toward the coast. Water, in Celtic belief, was a bridge between worlds. Across Europe, sacred deposits filled rivers, lakes, and bogs. Snettisham's proximity to an old estuary may have made it a liminal space, a meeting place of land and tide. The gold, given to the ground near that boundary, symbolized an offering to both earth and water. In the mid-20th century, these finds changed not just archaeology but identity. Britain's ancient past, often imagined as primitive, suddenly appeared sophisticated and connected. The craftsmanship of the Snettisham talks rivaled that of classical antiquity. Museums struggled to display them properly. Their brilliance overwhelmed small cases. When the Great Talk was exhibited under strong light, it seemed to emit its own glow. Visitors spoke in hushed voices, as if approaching something alive. Yet the more scholars studied the hoard, the more questions multiplied. Why this field and not another? Why return to it for centuries? Did each generation remember the earlier deposits, or did they sense sanctity without knowing its origin? No written record answers those questions. The Iceni left no texts, only artifacts. Their beliefs were carried in rhythm, story, and song, all lost when their culture met the Roman world. What survives are objects that feel almost like survivors themselves, the last voices of a language that no longer has words. In recent years, 3D scanning and photogrammetry have allowed experts to reconstruct how the talks were made. Digital models show the twisting motion, the sequence of hammering, the polishing strokes. Every curve reveals intention. Nothing about them is random. They are as deliberate as any written poem. And still, beyond the measurable details, something intangible remains, a sense of purpose that cannot be graphed or dated. To stand before these talks is to confront the depth of human devotion to unseen forces. They are material faith, preserved in metal. If you visit Norfolk today, the landscape appears ordinary: fields of barley, quiet lanes bordered by hedgerows, the distant line of the sea. Few would suspect that under those fields once flowed a current of sacred activity, yet traces remain. Aerial photography has revealed ring ditches, enclosures, and pathways radiating outward from the hoard site, suggesting that it lay at the heart of a larger ceremonial complex. The ground itself may have been a stage for seasonal gatherings, where tribes met to exchange goods, forge alliances, and renew promises to their gods. Over time, the meaning faded, the rituals ceased, replaced by new faiths, new rulers, new tongues. The hoard stayed buried through Roman occupation, Saxon settlement, Norman conquest. Plows crossed the site for centuries, slicing inches above the treasure without touching it. The gold waited, indifferent to history, until one ordinary afternoon when chance decided its patience had lasted long enough. When the first talk was lifted from the soil in 1948, its finder held in his hands a fragment of an age that no one living had imagined in such richness. The war had ended only a few years earlier. Rationing was still in place. Britain was grey and rebuilding. The discovery of ancient splendor buried beneath humble farmland felt almost symbolic, a reminder that beauty can survive catastrophe. Conservationists cleaned the pieces gently, removing clay but leaving microscopic traces of the earth that had kept them safe. Those residues, when analyzed decades later, revealed pollen grains and mineral layers that helped reconstruct the ancient environment. The Snettisham Plain, once thought treeless, had patches of woodland and open pasture. Herds grazed nearby, crops grew in small clearings. It was a living landscape, not a desolate wilderness. The people who buried their gold did so within the world they worked and loved. Every so often, new fragments still emerge. Erosion and modern farming uncover pieces missed by earlier excavations. Each discovery adds a new line to the story, yet the full meaning remains just beyond reach. Perhaps that elusiveness is part of its power. The Snettisham Hoard resists final explanation, just as faith resists proof. What endures is the gesture itself, people giving up what they valued most to forces they could not see. That act spans cultures and ages, whether in bronze cauldrons lowered into lakes, temples filled with incense, or coins left at holy wells. Humanity has always sought connection through sacrifice. The Iceni did it with gold. When viewed together, the torques, the bracelets, the twisted ingots, the hoard feels almost musical. Each curve and spiral forms part of a rhythm, a harmony between human hands and elemental matter. To look at them is to hear, faintly, the cadence of those who shaped them, the sound of hammer on metal echoing through centuries of soil. Eventually, the field fell quiet again after the archaeologists left. The trenches closed, grass regrew, tractors returned. The gold went to museums, but its spirit remains tied to that patch of earth. Visitors walk its boundaries unaware that they tread above an ancient altar. The sky over Snettisham looks the same as it did 2 millennia ago, wide, pale, infinite. Somewhere beneath, traces of the old rituals still linger, unseen but not gone. The story of the Snettisham Hoard is not simply about treasure, it is about continuity. It links the living with the long dead, modern eyes with ancient intentions. It reminds us that history is not confined to books or monuments. Sometimes it lies waiting in the ground, carrying messages written in metal instead of ink. The farmer who first heard that metallic note could not have known he was awakening a conversation across 2,000 years. He unearthed more than gold. He uncovered belief itself, shaped and sealed in clay. The Snettisham Hoard remains one of the most moving discoveries ever made on British soil. A reminder that what we value most is often not meant to be kept, but to be given away. And somewhere beyond Norfolk, another landscape lies untouched, its own offerings still hidden, its stories yet to be told. A torch dropped into the crack and kept burning long after it should have gone out. Its orange glow faded downward until the light was only a pinprick, then vanished into air that seemed to have no bottom. The men above listened for the sound of impact, but none came. No splash, no thud, only the dry hush of stone breathing somewhere far below. That was how the story of the tunnels beneath Cusco first returned to the world, not with discovery, but with disappearance. For centuries, people living near the ruins of Sacsayhuaman had spoken of a maze beneath their feet. Farmers said the ground there was hollow, that their llamas sometimes shied away from certain patches of grass. Shepherds told of cool draughts rising from fissures in the rock, even on still days. And old families whispered that the passages once ran from Cusco to distant temples, carrying priests unseen between the heart of the empire and the mountains of the gods. When Spanish chroniclers arrived in the 16th century, they heard the same stories. One of them, Garcilaso de la Vega, wrote that the Incas had built tunnels connecting Sacsayhuaman, the Coricancha temple, and other sacred sites across the valley. He warned that people who entered never returned. A few conquistadors tried anyway, driven by rumors that Inca gold had been hidden underground when the empire fell. None were seen again. Modern archaeology usually treats such tales with caution, yet beneath the layers of myth lies something tangible. The bedrock under Cusco is limestone, riddled with natural cavities shaped by water long before humans came. The Incas enlarged some of these, carving stairs, niches, and corridors through the living rock. At Sacsayhuaman, entrances still gape between megalithic walls, narrow slits leading into darkness. Some end after only a few meters, others descend steeply, blocked by collapse. Nobody knows how deep they once ran. In 1948, an expedition led by Peruvian archaeologists began to map the best-known section, a passage called Chincana Grande, the Great Escape. Using lamps and measuring ropes, they followed the tunnel for more than 100 feet before the ceiling lowered and the air grew foul. The walls were smooth, polished by tools rather than erosion, and the floor bore marks of dragging, perhaps sledges or stone blocks moved by rope. At one point, a side chamber opened, containing the remains of a platform carved from a single slab. The explorers thought it might have served as an altar, though for what purpose they could not say. Later surveys using ground-penetrating radar found more voids branching outward, suggesting a complex far larger than the visible entrances reveal. Some appear to lead toward the old city center, others toward hillsides miles away. Yet excavation is difficult. The ruins above are fragile, and the tunnels lie under populated neighborhoods. To dig recklessly would risk collapse. For now, the labyrinth sleeps under the city that replaced it. The Incas were masters of stone. Every block in their temples fits the next with such precision that not even a blade of grass can slip between them. Their builders favored no mortar. They shaped the rock itself until it locked together like bone. That same obsession with permanence seems to have extended below ground. In the subterranean chambers, walls curve seamlessly into ceilings, the corners rounded, the geometry uncanny. Walking through them feels less like entering a human construction than like being swallowed by the earth. What purpose could justify such effort? Some scholars think the tunnels were part of the empire's defensive network, a way for soldiers or messengers to move unseen during siege. Others see them as ritual spaces, the negative mirror of the temples above. In Andean cosmology, the world was layered: Hanan Pacha, the upper realm of sun and sky; Ke Pacha, the world of the living; and Uku Pacha, the interior world beneath. Caves and tunnels were portals between these realms. To walk through them was to cross from life to spirit, and back again. That idea gains weight from what was found in smaller subterranean shrines across the region. Near Ollantaytambo, a chamber carved into the mountainside contains niches for mummified ancestors, each aligned with the rising sun of the solstice. At Pisac, stairways descend into darkness, where offerings of corn and chicha beer were left for deities of the underworld. The same spiritual logic may have shaped the labyrinth under Cuzco, a ceremonial route through Uku Pacha, the belly of the world. Local lore still tells of a central hall called the Room of the Sun, where golden idols once stood. According to one account, the Spanish captured a guide who agreed to lead them inside, but when he reached a fork, he fled into the dark, sealing the way behind him. Another tale claims a boy entered carrying a silver cross and emerged days later, hair white, clutching a gold bracelet he could not remember finding. Whether true or not, such stories reflect the awe the tunnels inspire, the sense that they belong to a different order of architecture, one not meant for ordinary use. In recent decades, cautious mapping has continued. Teams from the National University of San Antonio Abad deployed fiber optic cameras through cracks and drainage shafts, revealing passages filled with centuries of debris. Some walls bear soot marks, evidence of torches used long after the Inca era, perhaps by treasure hunters, perhaps by those who sought refuge during colonial unrest. In one chamber, archaeologists discovered bones of llamas, guinea pigs, and humans, intermingled with pottery shards. The mix of species suggests ritual sacrifice, a plea for renewal rather than violence. Geologists note that the labyrinth follows fault lines in the limestone, taking advantage of natural fissures. This blending of geology and design was characteristic of Inca engineering. They believed the landscape itself possessed spirit, kamak, the animating essence of stone and water. To carve into rock was not to dominate nature but to converse with it. The tunnels may thus represent dialogue, humans shaping passageways through the body of the earth, asking permission with every strike of the hammer. Visitors who stand at the entrances today feel a temperature drop, a breath of air that smells faintly of minerals and something older. Step a few feet inside and daylight fades to ash grey. Sound dampens, replaced by the pulse of one's own heartbeat. The walls seem to close and expand at once. It is easy to see why the ancients considered such places alive. Legends spread outward from Cuzco to other Inca centers. Near the coast, at Pachacamac, Explorers in the 20th century found shafts descending beneath temple courtyards, leading to corridors too narrow for comfort. At Machu Picchu, archaeologists uncovered a carved cave known as the Temple of the Moon, its ceiling sculpted into flowing ribs of granite that resemble an inverted mountain. Inside were niches for offerings and a staircase descending into solid rock, its end lost. The pattern repeats. Visible grandeur above, hidden pathways below. When Spanish forces captured Cuzco in 1533, they ransacked its temples but could not find the empire's main treasury. Chroniclers wrote that Inca priests had spirited the gold away through roads under the earth. It is possible that these reports exaggerated reality, yet the logic fits the culture. During crisis, the most sacred objects would have been sent not outward but downward, returned to the protective womb of Uku Pacha. What fascinates researchers today is how much of that underground landscape remains unmapped. Laser scans of the valley show anomalies, subsurface voids where the bedrock density abruptly changes. Some lie hundreds of meters below current ground level, too deep to reach safely. The thought that whole corridors could exist beneath modern streets adds a strange duality to Cuzco, a living city resting on the bones of another, both pulsing to the same unseen pattern. The architecture of the Inca world has always balanced visibility and concealment. Temples gleam in the sun, their terraces catching light like mirrors, yet below them are conduits for water and spirit, channels leading into silence. The labyrinth is the shadow of empire, the unseen counterpart to its perfection above ground. Where the temples speak in symmetry and order, the tunnels speak in curve and descent. Together they form a dialogue between surface and depth, heaven and earth, known and unknown. Excavations near the Coricancha temple have revealed narrow ducts cut into bedrock leading toward the river Huatanay. Some terminate abruptly, others bend under modern foundations. When engineers attempted to trace them with cameras, the devices lost signal a few meters in, overwhelmed by interference from the dense rock. It is tempting to imagine that somewhere within those dark turns lies the meeting point of all the tunnels, a true heart of the labyrinth. For the Inca, space was not linear. They saw time and place as cyclical, folded like woven cloth. Moving through a labyrinth would have mirrored that worldview, progress by turning, enlightenment through repetition. Each chamber might have symbolized a stage of the soul's journey after death: entrance, trial, transformation, return. Emerging into sunlight would mark rebirth. In this interpretation, the labyrinth was less a physical structure than a map of belief carved into stone, its pathways taught through experience rather than inscription. Even today, Andean festivals preserve echoes of that idea, processions that spiral through villages, dancers tracing circles that grow tighter with each circuit before breaking outward again. The pattern lives on in movement long after the tunnels were sealed. During the 1970s, rumors of hidden passages reignited interest among locals. Explorers armed with flashlights and ropes entered openings near Sacsayhuaman. One group descended until a wall of carved blocks stopped them. Behind it, they heard what sounded like running water. When they returned days later with tools, the passage had flooded. No one could explain where the water came from. Some believed they had disturbed an underground stream. Others whispered that the labyrinth protects itself. More recent studies bring the mystery closer to science. Geophysicists from Lima conducted seismic surveys showing multiple layers of cavities, some natural caves, others too regular to be accidental. Their findings support the idea that the Incas expanded pre-existing systems rather than creating them from nothing. The effort required to haul debris upward, to carve stairways and maintain airflow must have been immense. Yet they did it without iron tools, using stone hammers and bronze chisels tempered with plant resins. The precision remains astonishing. Consider the context: an empire stretching thousands of miles, ruled without writing or the wheel, yet capable of aligning roads, temples, and mountain shrines along astronomical axes. The same intellect that built Machu Picchu's terraces could easily have planned a hidden network beneath its capital. The Incas viewed infrastructure not merely as utility, but as offering. To construct was to worship. Cuzco itself was conceived as a puma, the sacred animal of power. From above, its temples form the body, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman the head, and the rivers its tail. Within that design, the tunnels could represent the creature's veins, carrying lifeblood through stone. Each corridor, each hidden stair, part of a body both human and divine. At dusk, the entrances to Chincana Grande catch the last light. Visitors linger there, watching shadows lengthen across the limestone. Tour guides tell fragments of old tales, of treasures buried, of priests who walked unseen, of spirits that still move below. Some laugh, others listen quietly. The ground feels alive beneath their feet, as if remembering. Archaeologists now advocate minimal interference. The tunnels are fragile ecosystems. Within them live rare insects and crystals formed by mineral seepage over centuries. Sealing them preserves both history and geology, yet the urge to know persists. Every few years, new proposals surface for remote mapping or micro-drone exploration. Each is debated, delayed, or denied. The labyrinth keeps its silence by the simplest method, refusing access. Still, artifacts linked to subterranean rituals continue to surface elsewhere. In 2010, near Lake Titicaca, divers found a submerged temple with steps descending into the lakebed. Offerings of gold foil and carved shells lay on its floor. The parallels to the underground complexes are striking: descent, offering, enclosure. Across the Andes, the theme repeats, the belief that sanctity resides not in height alone, but in depth. Perhaps that is why the stories endure. Humans are drawn to what lies below, the idea of hidden continuity under familiar ground. The Inca labyrinth embodies that attraction. It is both myth and map, a symbol of connection between worlds that modern culture keeps apart, the spiritual and the material, the visible and the buried. When night falls over Cuzco, the city lights trace the same patterns once marked by stone walls. Cars move along roads that mirror ancient causeways. Footsteps echo above sealed tunnels. The two ages coexist, unaware of each other. Somewhere under the plazas where tourists gather, a corridor still runs, untouched since the empire's last days. Dust lies thick on its floor, yet the air remains cool, waiting. No one knows what treasures, if any, the tunnels contain. Perhaps gold, perhaps only silence. But if the stories are true, that these passages link temples, that they once carried the voices of priests chanting prayers through stone, then the real treasure is continuity itself. Every city hides its foundations. Cuzco's happen to be alive. The labyrinth beneath the Inca capital is less a riddle to solve than a reminder. Civilizations rise and build upward, chasing the sun, yet they also dig inward, seeking the past. What lies below grounds what stands above. The Incas understood that balance. Their tunnels were not escape routes from danger, but pathways into the soul of their world. The farmer who feels a hollow underfoot, the child who peers into a crack and hears wind sigh through stone. They are touching the same mystery that once guided an empire. Whether the tunnels are mapped tomorrow or left forever sealed hardly matters. Their story continues simply because people keep telling it. The desert floor of northwest Arabia looks empty from a distance. Flat horizons, dunes like slow tides, heat that bends the air into mirage. Yet from above, patterns begin to appear. Long rectangles etched in stone stretch across the barren land, aligned with uncanny precision. Some are the length of 2 football fields, others compact as courtyards, all formed by low walls of rock gathered from the surrounding plains. They have no roofs, no doors, and no clear function. Locals call them mustatils, the Arabic word for rectangles. More than 1,600 of these stone enclosures have been found across Saudi Arabia's Alula and Khaybar regions. Most were invisible to the modern world until the age of satellite imaging, when archaeologists studying aerial photographs noticed shapes too deliberate to be natural. At first, they seemed like animal pens or foundations of ancient villages, but their locations made no sense. Many stood far from water, perched on plateaus where nothing grows. The mystery deepened as field teams reached them on foot and discovered that they predated not only recorded history but even agriculture itself in this part of the world. Radiocarbon dating of organic material taken from beneath the walls gave astonishing results, roughly 7,000 years old. That places the Mustatils deep into the Holocene, millennia before the pyramids of Egypt or the stone circles of Britain. Whoever built them did so at a time when Arabia was a different land, a green savanna scattered with lakes and herds of cattle, a world that has since turned to sand. Each Mustatil follows the same essential plan: two long parallel walls joined at either end by shorter ones, forming a huge open rectangle. The outer walls are often little more than knee-high, but they can run for hundreds of feet, enclosing an area large enough to hold entire herds. Yet entrances are rare, and many are completely sealed. At the center, or along one end, stands a low platform, sometimes filled with carefully arranged stones or fragments of animal bone. It was those bones that first hinted at purpose. In 2021, a Saudi-Australian team excavated a Mustatil near Khipu and uncovered an extraordinary deposit. Hundreds of cattle skulls stacked within the platform. The rest of the skeletons were absent, suggesting that the heads had been brought from elsewhere, possibly from ritual slaughter sites, and placed here as offerings. Radiocarbon analysis showed that all were deposited within a short span of time, meaning a single, deliberate event. These were not pens or dwellings. They were monuments to ceremony. The people who built them lived during a climatic phase known as the Green Arabia period. Seasonal rains fed grasslands, acacia trees dotted the valleys, lakes shimmered where only salt pans exist today. Hunter-herders roamed between pastures, tending cattle, sheep, and goats. The Mustatils seem to have been gathering places for these dispersed groups, a shared space of devotion, perhaps dedicated to a deity of fertility or rain. From ground level, the structures feel humble, lines of piled stone half swallowed by dust. But viewed from the air, they reveal astonishing geometry. Some are perfect rectangles, stretching more than 600 feet. Others form chains, each connected to the next like links of a ritual procession. In certain clusters, smaller Mustatils surround a massive central one, hinting at hierarchy, coordination, and perhaps pilgrimage. Archaeologists often compare their scale to Neolithic Europe, yet the Arabian monuments predate Stonehenge by nearly 2,000 years. Their builders left no writing, no sculpture, only the stones themselves. Each wall was made by carrying basalt or sandstone blocks from nearby outcrops and laying them by hand, one upon another, without mortar. Over time, erosion and heat have crumbled the edges, but the outlines remain unmistakable. The first modern record of a Mustatil came not from archaeology, but from pilots of the Royal Air Force in the 1940s. Flying mail routes between Cairo and Karachi, they saw strange shapes carved into the desert below. Gates, kites, and rectangles too vast to recognize. Reports filtered back to scholars in London, who published sketches but could not reach the remote sites. For decades, the mystery lingered until modern aerial archaeology returned with satellite technology. When researchers finally mapped them, the density astonished everyone. Hundreds scattered across an area of over 70,000 square miles, forming one of the earliest monumental landscapes on Earth. What drove people of the early Holocene to such coordinated labor remains unknown. These were pastoral communities without cities or kings, yet they organized projects on a scale suggesting shared belief across enormous distances. The cattle skulls may represent a collective offering, each group contributing part of its herd to appease divine powers. The act of building, more than the finished structure, might have been the ritual itself, gathering, hauling stones under the sun, aligning walls toward a sacred horizon. At one excavated site, archaeologists found the walls deliberately filled with rubble after use, as if sealing the monument once its purpose was fulfilled. In another, the floor was strewn with burnt charcoal mixed with fragments of ochre pigment. That combination, fire and red color, appears in many prehistoric rituals symbolizing life and blood. The people who gathered here may have danced, feasted, or performed sacrifices before closing the place forever. Some Mustatils align roughly north-south, others face rising or setting points of the sun. Whether these orientations hold astronomical meaning is debated, but patterns suggest a connection to celestial cycles. The builders clearly observed the sky. Across the region, rock art from the same era depicts cattle, hunters, and suns with radiating lines. Together they speak of a culture deeply tied to both land and heaven. Moving among these ruins today is an experience of scale more than sight. The air shimmers with heat. The stones underfoot are sharp and blackened. Each wall rises only a few feet, yet the perimeter stretches far into the glare until it merges with the horizon. Standing at one corner, you cannot see the other. It feels less like architecture than geometry made physical, a shape drawn upon the earth to mark an idea too large for words. Archaeologists working in Ulule describe the sensation of walking through them as entering a silence older than civilization. Footprints crumble into powder behind every step. Occasionally, a shard of quartz or a fragment of pottery glints in the light, but most surfaces are untouched since prehistory. Drones hovering above reveal the hidden order, the straight lines, the symmetry invisible from ground level, reminding us that these monuments were designed to be seen from height, perhaps by the gods themselves. When analysis of the animal bones was completed, researchers identified almost exclusively cattle, with only a few gazelles and wild animals. This focus suggests ritual consistency rather than random deposition. In many ancient cultures, cattle symbolized abundance and cosmic power. Their sacrifice represented both gift and renewal. The builders of the Mustatils may have viewed the herd as an extension of themselves, offering the life of animals to sustain the life of the land. The discovery also redefines the timeline of organized religion. 7,000 years ago, most of the world's people lived in small, mobile bands. The Mustatils imply gatherings of hundreds, coordinated through belief strong enough to motivate construction across hundreds of miles. These were some of humanity's earliest collective expressions of faith, older than temples, older than writing, evidence that devotion began not with cities, but with landscapes. Surrounding many Mustatils are cairns, small stone mounds later reused as burial markers during subsequent millennia. This layering of ritual through time shows how enduring the sacred quality of the land became. Even when the climate dried and the green savanna turned to desert, people returned to the same spots to bury their dead, sensing the echo of something holy in the ground. As the region dried, the Mustatils were gradually abandoned. Lakes receded, pastures vanished, and the people moved north toward Mesopotamia or south toward Yemen, carrying their traditions with them. Some scholars see in later Arabian and Levantine cults the faint memory of these ancient enclosures, a belief in enclosed sacred space open to the sky, where offerings bridged earth and heaven. Fieldwork in recent years has revealed yet more complexity. Excavations at Khaybar uncovered a Mustatil built directly atop an earlier one, its walls recycling the stones of its predecessor. This deliberate reconstruction may indicate renewal rituals, a new generation building upon the old, reaffirming continuity through repetition. Similar rebuilding occurs in Neolithic sanctuaries elsewhere, from Göbekli Tepe in Turkey to Nabta Playa in Egypt, suggesting a shared human impulse to anchor belief by returning to the same ground again and again. Within one particularly large Mustatil, archaeologists discovered a narrow stone corridor running along the interior wall, leading to a platform decorated with fragments of white gypsum. Underneath lay more cattle bones and traces of burnt wood. When carbon samples were dated, they clustered around the 5th millennium BCE, confirming extreme antiquity. The builders worked without metal tools. Every block was pried from bedrock and carried by hand. The labor would have taken weeks or months, demanding cooperation among clans spread across the region. Satellite imagery shows that some of these rectangles connect to pathways extending for miles, visible only from the air. Whether they marked processional routes or symbolic boundaries is unknown, but their presence strengthens the sense that the Mustatils formed a network, an entire sacred landscape stretching from one horizon to another. Researchers from Aramco World describe the experience of flying over them. The plane passes mile after mile of empty desert, then suddenly the patterns appear. Lines, rectangles, and circles faint as scars on skin. Each one catches the light differently, revealing depth and intention. The desert seems to breathe with geometry. What makes the Mustatils especially haunting is their silence of purpose. Unlike burial mounds or settlements, they contain no domestic debris, no tools or hearths, only offerings. It is as if their builders wanted to leave behind not life, but reverence itself, a physical pause in time. The word Mustatil may be modern, but the concept it names feels timeless, an enclosure meant not to contain, but to define. To step inside is to cross a threshold into meaning. Whether the participants understood it as the domain of gods, ancestors, or natural forces, the feeling must have been the same, the sense of standing within order, surrounded by the vastness of desert chaos. Climate change studies add another dimension. Sediment cores from ancient lake beds near Alula reveal alternating layers of pollen and dust, evidence of cycles of wet and dry stretching back 10,000 years. The Mustatils appear at the height of one such wet phase, when communities thrived. As the rains failed, ritual may have intensified, a desperate appeal to restore the balance that once sustained them. In that light, the monuments are prayers made of stone, each wall a sentence asking the sky for mercy. Modern preservation efforts face challenges. Many Mustatils lie in remote or restricted areas, accessible only by helicopter. Wind erosion, modern tracks, and unregulated tourism threaten their fragile walls. Yet Saudi Arabia's heritage agencies now recognize their significance, integrating them into large-scale surveys using drones and LiDAR. For the first time, the entire prehistoric landscape of Northwest Arabia is being documented as a continuous human story rather than isolated sites. Among researchers, a quiet awe surrounds these monuments. They rewrite what was known about early complexity in Arabia. Before their discovery, scholars believed the peninsula was a corridor for migration, not a center of innovation. The Mustatils prove otherwise. They show organized communities capable of planning, artistry, and abstract thought at a time when most of humanity still lived seasonally. Standing within one today is to feel the weight of that realization. The heat presses down. Wind slides along the low walls like a hand tracing the past. Far away, mountains shimmer blue in the haze. You begin to sense that the builders were not commemorating themselves, but the relationship between people and landscape, between those who live briefly and the earth that remains. In evening light, the stones cast long parallel lines, turning the rectangle into a sundial. As darkness comes, stars appear precisely above the open enclosure, framed like jewels. Perhaps this was the view the builders sought, sky contained by stone, the infinite momentarily bordered by human effort. The Mustatils of Arabia are older than writing, yet they speak clearly of unity. They connect pastoral groups across distances, linking them through ritual that left no trace of hierarchy or conquest. Their builders are nameless, their gods forgotten, but their sense of order still lies visible in every aerial photograph, a pattern of rectangles enduring where nothing else survives. Each new discovery adds another verse to this silent chronicle. Some reveal inner chambers, others hold piles of unworked stone waiting for a ritual that never came. Together they form a conversation across 7 millennia about purpose, faith, and survival. No text tells us what those early herders believed when they laid the skulls of their cattle in stone boxes and faced the stars. Yet one can imagine the sound of hooves fading across grass that no longer exists, the murmur of people gathered under rain clouds, the moment the first drop struck dry soil and the crowd lifted its eyes. Today, aircraft trace their flight paths over the same region, their contrails crossing skies that once reflected in vanished lakes. Passengers looking down might glimpse faint rectangles etched in ochre ground, unaware that they are passing over humanity's oldest known ritual landscape. Perhaps the true mystery is not why the Mustatils were built, but how they still command reverence after 7,000 years. They remind us that devotion does not require temples, only intention, that to align stones under an open sky is already to build meaning. Somewhere among the dunes of Alula, another rectangle lies half buried, its corners peeking through sand. Wind will uncover it one day, sunlight will trace its walls again, and for a moment, the past will breathe through the desert before falling quiet once more. The Mustatils are not relics of lost civilization, they are the first outlines of belief itself, vast, simple, and enduring, waiting for modern eyes to notice that the desert was never empty at all. I'd love to hear what you think. Were the Mustatils places of worship, monuments to ancestors, or something far stranger that time has erased? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I always enjoy reading your theories and seeing how each of you interprets these lost pieces of human history. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into the mysteries that history left behind. Every week we explore hidden discoveries, ancient civilizations, and the questions that still keep archaeologists searching. Your support helps keep these stories alive and brings new ones to light. So take a moment to hit that subscribe button, leave a like if you learned something new, and share this video with someone who loves uncovering the unknown. Thanks for watching, and until next time.